Now we'll be starting with a very important chapter, that is exemptions from GST. Now here exemptions is granted from goods and services tax in respect of notified goods and notified services. Basically those goods and services, they are made exempt from levy of GST. Now basically the power to grant exemption vests with the central government. Here section 11 is dealing with the provisions relating to what? Power to grant exemption from tax. So here section 11 of the CGST Act and section 6 of the IGST Act. So basically the central government has power to exempt goods or services. They have been given power to exempt goods or services from whole or part of GST. Now this exemption will be through notification in the official gazette, and this exemption notification can be conditional, it can be unconditional, it can be conditional, it can be unconditional. That is without any condition, that is known as absolute exemption notification. That is basically absolute exemption notification. It can be from whole or part of GST. Whole of the GST can be made exempt, part of the GST can be made exempt. So section 11 subsection 1 that empowers the government, that government on recommendation of GST Council, they can exempt generally. This is known as general exemption. They can exempt generally, either absolutely, that is without any condition, absolutely say without any condition, or subject to such conditions as may be specified in the notification. They can exempt the goods and or services of say any specified description from whole or part of the tax leviable thereon. So they can exempt the goods or services from say whole or part of tax which has been leviable thereon. Then subsection 2. Here subsection 2 straightway empowers the central government by special order. That is, government by special order, they can exempt the goods or services from say payment of tax under circumstances of exceptional nature. They can give a special order, and having regard to public interest, they can exempt the goods or services from payment of GST leviable thereon. Now in case if there is any doubt, relating to the applicability of the exemption notification which has been issued under section 11.1 or say special order which has been issued under 11.2. So if there is any doubt relating to the applicability, relating to the scope of the exemption notification, then within 1 year from the date of issue of such notification or order, that is say within 1 year from the date of issue of notification or order, the government can insert an explanation. Government can insert an explanation in the earlier notification or order, clarifying the scope and applicability of the exemption notification or order. So government can say within 1 year from the issue of the order, issue of notification or say order, they can clarify the scope and applicability of such notification. They can clarify the scope and applicability of notification and order. Okay. And here this is to be issued within 1 year from the date of issue of the notification or the order, and it will form the part of the earlier notation or order. Same will form the part of the earlier notation or order. Now, in case if an unconditional exemption notification has been issued, unconditional exemption notification has been issued either from whole or part of the duty, whole or part of the GST. It is say mandatorily to be availed of. Here the service supplier or the supplier of goods cannot collect excess amount of GST. As after exemption notification, the rate of GST works out to be 5% or it is nil. Then prior to the same it is 18%. You cannot collect more than 5% or nil as the case may be. That has been provided that when it's an unconditional exemption notification from whole or part of the GST, the same is to be mandatorily availed of. Now, one is about what we'll be discussing is about the, first of all, we'll be discussing about the threshold exemption. We'll be discussing about the threshold exemption. Then we'll be going for what the other exemption. So let us discuss about the threshold exemption here. So here, one is threshold exemption. That is, exemption has been granted from registration. So here, if you are, say, supplier of goods and services, if you are supplier of goods and services, say, and you are making taxable supplies, say in state of Manipur, it is Mizoram, Nagaland and Tripura. Here we are exempt from registration. Here we are exempt from registration in case your aggregate turnover, does not exceed rupees 10 lakhs. In case your aggregate turnover does not exceed rupees 10 lakhs, then you will be exempt from obtaining the registration. This is known as threshold limit of registration. Okay. Beyond 10 lakhs only you will be required to get yourself registered. You will be out of the purview of the GST law. Then if we are the supplier of services in other states, or we are what? Supplier of goods and services. We are supplier of goods and services. And here, if your aggregate turnover does not exceed rupees 20 lakhs. In Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, it is 10 lakhs. It is 20 lakhs in other states. We are basically exempt from obtaining the registration. We are exempt from obtaining the registration. Then in case of we are what? Exclusive supplier of goods. In case of exclusive supplier of goods, exclusive supplier of goods, they are only supplying goods and they can supply services by way of extending deposits, loans or advances, insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. So in case we are exclusive supplier of goods, then the threshold limit will be rupees 40 lakhs. If you are stated located in general category, general states other than Telangana and Puducherry, or we are in say, in the threshold limit is say 40 lakhs, whereas for the special category states of say, special category states of Assam, then here Jammu and Kashmir and Himachal Pradesh, also it will be 40 lakhs. Then for rupees 20 lakhs it will be say Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, it is Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura. As we have seen, it will be 10 lakhs. Then for Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Sikkim and Uttarakhand, it will be 20 lakhs. And for Union Territory of Puducherry as well as say state of Telangana, it will be 20 lakhs. So this 40 lakhs, 20 lakhs and 10 lakhs, basically it is known as what? The threshold limit of say registration. It is known as what? Threshold limit of say registration. Okay? You are exempt from obtaining say registration if your aggregate turnover does not exceed rupees 40 lakhs, rupees 20 lakhs and rupees 10 lakhs. Now we will be starting with the list of the various services which have been made exempt from levy of GST. We will be starting with the various services which have been say exempt from levy of GST. This is very, very important that you remember each and every services that can be, these can be definitely asked in your examination. So number one is, in case if any charitable activities, they are carried out by any entity which has been registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act. If the same has been registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act. So services by an entity registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act by way of charitable activities, the same will be exempt from tax. Now basically what charitable activities is? Charitable activities is relating to say public health. Charitable activities relating to public health by way of say care or counseling of say terminally ill persons or persons with severe physical or mental disability, persons who have been afflicted with HIV or AIDS, and persons which are addicted with the dependence forming substance such as narcotic drugs and alcohol. Then it is public awareness of preventive health, family planning or prevention of say HIV infection. Public awareness, basically preventive health, family planning, prevention of HIV and infection. This is coming under the ambit of charitable activities. Besides this, what is coming under the ambit of charitable activities? That is what? As advancement of religion, spirituality and yoga. It is advancement of say religion, spirituality and say yoga. Then advancement of educational programs or skill development. Advancement of educational programs or skill development relating to abandoned, orphaned or homeless children, physically or say mentally abused and traumatized persons, prisoners or persons over the age of 65 years basically, persons over the age of 65 years residing in rural area, and besides this preservation of environment including watershed, forests and wildlife. That is coming under the ambit of say charitable activities. So if any entity which has been registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act and is doing charitable activities, the same is say exempt from levy of GST. Then certain religious services have been made exempt. This is religious services. They have been made exempt. That is services by a person by way of conduct of religious ceremonies. So Pandits, if they are performing any religious ceremonies on occasion of say birth, on occasion of death, on occasion of say Grah Pravesh, likewise marriage, etc. So in that case, the same will be say exempt from levy of GST. Then it is renting of the presence, renting of presence of religious place, renting of presence of religious place which is meant for general public. In case the same is owned and managed by the institutions or entities or trusts which are registered under 12AB or 1023C5 of the Income Tax Act, or by a body or authority which has been covered under 1023BBA of the Income Tax Act, except where charges for renting of rooms is 1000 rupees or more per day. In these cases, the same will be taxable. It will be taxable in case charges for renting of rooms is exceeds rupees 1000 or is equal to 1000 rupees per day. Charges for renting of premises, community halls, Kalyan Mandapam, open area, etc. They are exceeding 10,000 rupees per day. Charges for renting of premises, community halls, Kalyan Mandapam, open area, etc. where charges are rupees 10,000 or more per day. Then charges for renting of shops, charges for say renting of shops or commercial establishments or other places for business or commerce where charges are 10,000 or more per month. So in that case, exemption won't be available. If charges are less than 1,000 per day in case of renting of rooms, or if it is renting of premises, community halls, Kalyan Mandapam, open area, if charges are less than 10,000 per day, or say where charges for renting of shops and spaces for business or commerce, they are less than 10,000 per month, the same will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. Then it is what? Services by specified organization. Services by specified organization. That is Kumaon Mandal, say Vikas Nigam Limited. It is Kumaon Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited, or say it's a Hajj committee in relation or to say religious pilgrimage which they are organizing religious pilgrimage, say it is Hajj Yatra and Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. It is Hajj Yatra and Kailash Mansarovar Yatra. The same is say exempt from levy of GST. The same is say exempt from levy of GST. Then training or coaching. Then it is what? Training or coaching in recreational activities. Training or coaching in recreational activities relating to art or culture by an individual. Now, restricted scope is there. This training and coaching must be by an individual. It is by an individual, or say sports by charitable entities. If any sports activities carried out by charitable entities which have been registered under 12AB, they are engaged in training or coaching in sports. So it's recreational activity relating to art or culture by an individual or sports by a charitable entity, the same will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. So if any sports academy is run by a charitable institution which has been registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act, the same will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. Then we are doing with the agricultural related services. Now, exemption has been provided in relation to say agricultural related services. We are discussing about the exemption in relation to say agricultural related services. So first of all, say services relating to cultivation of plants, services relating to say cultivation of plants or rearing of animals, except say rearing of horses, except rearing of horses. So rearing of horses will be liable to GST. Rearing of horses is liable to GST. So here services relating to cultivation of plants and rearing of animals, except say rearing of horses, for food, fiber, fuel, raw material and other similar products or agricultural produce by way of say, if agricultural operations directly related to production of agricultural produce is carried out. If agricultural operations directly related to production of agricultural produce is carried out, including say cultivation, harvesting, threshing, plant protection or testing, then it is say supply of farm labor. If it is say supply of farm labor, or say processes which are carried out at agricultural farm, which do not alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce. Processes carried out at agricultural farm which do not basically alter the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, but make it marketable in the primary market, such as tending, pruning, cutting, sun drying, fumigating, etc. The same are what exempt from tax. Then renting or leasing of agro machinery or vacant land with or without structure. Renting or leasing of say agro machinery or vacant land with or without structure. Then unloading, loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of say agricultural produce. Loading, unloading, packing, storage or say warehousing of the agricultural produce, the same is exempt. Then exemption has been provided in relation to agriculture extension services. Basically, it is scientific knowledge is imparted basically through farmer education and training. Then whatever services are provided by an agricultural produce marketing committee, services which are provided by an agricultural produce marketing committee or board, or services provided by commission agent for sale or purchase of agricultural produce, the same are say exempt from levy of GST. So they are exempt from levy of GST. Then rice basically is not covered under the ambit of agricultural produce, but exemption has been provided in relation to loading, unloading, packing, storage or say warehousing of rice. Loading, unloading, packing, storage or warehousing of rice. Then warehousing of minor forest produce have been made exempt. Warehousing of say minor forest produce have been made exempt. Then this storage or warehousing of say cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables. So storage and warehousing of say cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables, they have been made exempt. Besides this, artificial insemination of livestock. Artificial insemination of livestock other than horses are say exempt. Then exemption has been provided say in relation to carrying out say any intermediate production process. Carrying out any intermediate production process as a job worker. Carrying out any intermediate production process as job work in relation to cultivation of say plants and rearing of all life forms of animals except rearing of horses. Why this intermediate production process has been carried out? It is in relation to the agriculture for food, fiber, fuel, raw material and other similar products or say agricultural produce. Then we are having say services in relation to say fruits and vegetables. Services in relation to fruits and vegetables by way of say preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of fruits and vegetables. Basically, they do not alter the essential characteristics of the fruits and vegetables. The same has been made exempt. Besides this, if any cold chain development center, basically it's a cold chain development center, National Center for Cold Chain Development, it is providing services by way of cold chain knowledge dissemination. Services by way of cold chain knowledge dissemination. Same is say exempt. Services by way of cold chain knowledge dissemination has been exempt. So services provided by National Center for Cold Chain Development under Ministry of Agriculture Cooperation and Farmers Welfare by way of say cold chain knowledge dissemination, the same has been made exempt from the levy of GST. So these are very, very important agricultural related services which have been made say exempt from levy of GST. Next comes our educational services. Now in case if any services are provided by an educational institution, if any services are provided by an educational institution to its students, faculty and staff, or by way of conduct of entrance examination against say consideration in form of say entrance fees. Now basically what an educational institution here is, basically educational institutions, 3 educational institutions are covered. That is, educational institution basically means what? Educational institution providing education, providing say services by way of preschool education and education up to higher secondary school. It is preschool education and education up to say higher secondary school. Then the other one is say education. Second one is what? Education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualifications recognized by law. Education as a part of curriculum for qualification recognized by law. And number third is what? Say an educational institution which is providing education as a part of approved vocational education course. So, whatever services are provided by an educational institution to say student, faculty and staff, or say by way of conduct of entrance exam against consideration in form of entrance fees, the same is say exempt from GST. Then services which are provided to an educational institution, services which are provided to an educational institution by way of say transportation of students, faculty and staff. Now these first, second and third, that is what? Catering, including say midday meal scheme sponsored by the central government, state government or union territory. Services of catering is provided to the educational institution. Now it is provided to educational institution. Or say security and cleaning or housekeeping services which are performed in such educational institution. The same is say exempt from levy of GST. In case it is provided say by way of preschool education and education up to higher secondary school, or say its equivalent. Okay. In these cases only, that is in the first one itself it is exempt. If it is say transportation of students, faculty and staff, catering, including midday meal scheme sponsored by the central government, state government, union territory, or say security or cleaning or housekeeping services performed in such educational institution. Exemption has been provided. Provided these services have been provided by way of say way of preschool education and education up to say higher secondary school or say equivalent. Then services relating to say admission to or conduct of exam, services relating to admission to or conduct of exam by such educational institutions, same is exempt. Besides this, supply of online educational journals or periodicals. Now here this exemption is applicable only to an institution which is providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualifications recognized by any law. It is not exemption for is not available in respect it is a educational institution which is providing preschool education or say education up to higher secondary school. So if we supply any online educational journal to a kindergarten school, exemption won't be available. If we supply online educational journal to a educational institution which is providing approved vocational education course, exemption won't be available. But say if we are supplying this educational journals to say online educational journals, they have been supplied to whom? To an educational institution which is providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining qualifications which has been recognized by law. Say, then it will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. So it's a very, very important. This is definitely asked in your examination. So it's very, very, very important you remember that educational services. So if any educational institution is providing services, if any educational institution is providing services to its student, faculty and staff, the same will be exempt from levy of GST. If any educational institution is providing services by way of conduct of entrance exam against consideration in form of entrance fees, that will be exempt from levy of GST. If you provide services to an educational institution which is providing preschool education and education up to higher secondary school, being say transportation of students, faculty and staff, catering including say midday meal schemes sponsored by the central government, state government, union territory, security or say housekeeping services, security, cleaning or housekeeping services performed in such educational institutions, that will be say exempt. But if it is provided to our educational institution providing approved educational courses, these three, they are provided to say institution which is providing approved vocational education course, exemption won't be available. Or if it is providing education as a part of curriculum for obtaining any qualifications recognized by law, exemption won't be available in this particular case. Then we discuss next is our healthcare services. Now healthcare services which are provided by a clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner or paramedicians. The same is say exempt from levy of GST. The same must be provided in recognized system of medicine. The same is provided in recognized system of medicine, such as say, what are the recognized system of medicine? That is allopathy, naturopathy, yoga, Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani. So these are all recognized system of medicine. Now here healthcare service, remember healthcare service do not include cosmetic or plastic surgery. It does not include say cosmetic and plastic surgery and hair transplant. That is not covered under the ambit of healthcare services. So healthcare services, they do not include say cosmetic or plastic surgery and hair transplant, except when undertaken to reconstruct or say restore anatomy which has been say affected due to congenital defects, developmental abnormalities, injury or trauma. So what we are stating here is whatever healthcare services are provided by a clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner or paramedicians. Paramedicians are whom? They are what? The nursing staff, lab technicians, these are what? The paramedicians, lab assistants. The same is exempt from levy of GST, but exemption will not be available in respect of renting of rooms by a clinical establishment. Exemption will not be available in respect of renting of rooms by clinical establishment where room charges exceed rupees 5,000 per day. Where room charges exceed rupees 5,000 per day. If a room charges exceed rupees 5,000 per day, then exemption will not be available in respect of renting of rooms. However, the exemption will be available if it is renting is by an intensive care unit, care unit, or it is critical care unit, or it is intensive cardiac care unit, or neonatal intensive care unit. So if it is, in case it is by ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, exemption will be say available. The next exemption is in relation to say transportation of patient in an ambulance. Transportation of patient in an ambulance, by any person other than the clinical establishment. Basically they have been made exempt. Otherwise, transportation of patients in ambulance have also been made exempt from levy of GST. Then it is veterinary services, that is services by a veterinary clinic in relation to healthcare of birds, animals, in relation to healthcare of animals and birds, the same has been made exempt from GST. Earlier the exemption was available in respect of cord blood bank services. The same has now been withdrawn with effect from 18/7/22. Besides this, earlier exemption was available in respect of services provided by operators of common biomedical waste treatment facility to the clinical establishment by way of treatment or disposal of biomedical waste or processes incidental thereto. That exemption has also been withdrawn with effect from, say, 18/7/22. Besides this, if any services are provided by recognized rehabilitation professionals, if services are provided by rehabilitation professionals, if services are provided by, say, rehabilitation professionals, okay, and same will be what? Basically exempt from levy of GST. Now next, exemption in respect of services which has been provided by the government. This is also very, very important. Now, whatever services are provided by, say, a governmental authority, services which are provided by a governmental authority by way of any activity, by way of, say, any activity in relation to any function which is entrusted to, say, municipality or a panchayat, under Article 243W of the Constitution or Article 243G of the Constitution, has been made exempt from levy of GST. So we have seen that if a central government, state government, union, territory or local authority is providing these services, that is always that will be covered under the ambit of no supply. But if any governmental authority is providing any activity in relation to any function which is entrusted to a panchayat or, say, which is entrusted to a municipality, the same has been made exempt from levy of GST. Now, if, say, any services they are provided by central government, services are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority. Services are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority. The same will be made exempt from levy of GST. However, if services are provided by Department of Post, the same are taxable. Services in relation to an aircraft or vessel inside or outside the presence of port or airport, and services of transportation of goods or passengers, the same are taxable unless they are covered in other exemption entry. These are basically known as these A, B and C. They are known as, say, specified services. These are what? Specified services. Services by Department of Post, services in relation to an aircraft or vessel inside or outside the presence of port or airport, and services of transportation of goods or passengers. They are basically taxable, and they are taxable under forward charge mechanism. We have discussed in the previous chapter that whatever services are provided by the central government, state government, union, territory or local authority or business entity, they are covered under the ambit of RCM. Now here exemption has been provided in relation to services which are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority, except the following services. These services are taxable. And last one is whatever services are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority to business entities. Whatever services are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority to business entities, the same is taxable. This is taxable under reverse charge mechanism. This is taxable under what? Reverse charge mechanism. Next is services by Department of Post. Services by Department of Post by way of postcard, inland letter, book post, ordinary post. Envelopes weighing less than 10 grams or less, they will be exempt. Services by Department of Post by way of postcard, inland letter, book post and ordinary post. Envelopes weighing less than 10 grams, they are exempt. But if it is, say, speed post, registered post, express parcel post, life insurance, and agency services. They are what? Taxable. They are say taxable. Then we are saying that if any services are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority to a business entity, it is taxable under reverse charge. But if the services are provided by say the central government, state government, union, territory or local authority to a business entity and the aggregate turnover of business entity does not exceed rupees 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs in the preceding financial year, then the same is say exempt from the levy of GST. It is exempt from say levy of GST. So if central government, state government or union, territory or local authority is providing services to any person who is carrying on business and the aggregate turnover of that person in the preceding financial year does not exceed the threshold limit of registration, that is 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs or say 40 lakhs in case of say exclusive supplier of goods, then in that case exemption will be available. However, the exemption is not available in respect of specified services. These are what? Specified services, that is services by Department of Post, services in relation to aircraft or vessel inside or outside the precincts of port or airport, or say services of transportation of goods or passengers. So the exemption won't be available for these three specified services, and the exemption will not be available in respect of say renting of immovable property. Then if any services they are provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority to another central government, state government, union, territory or local authority, that is interdepartmental services. Interdepartmental services, they are exempt from levy of GST. However, the exemption is not applicable to specified services. However, the exemption is not available, basically not applicable to the specified services. Then next is whatever services they are provided by the central government, state government, union, territory or local authority. Services provided by central government, state government, union, territory or local authority where consideration charged for such service, where the consideration charged for such service does not exceed rupees what? 5,000. However, the exemption is not applicable in respect of the specified services. Beside this, in case of say continuous supply of service, the limit of rupees 5,000 will apply for say a financial year. The limit of rupees 5,000 will apply for a financial year. In case of continuous supply of service, the exemption shall apply only where the consideration charged for such service does not exceed rupees 5,000 in a financial year. Then, if any services are provided by government entity, if any services they are provided by government entity to central government, state government, union, territory or local authority, or say any person which has been specified by central government, state government, union, territory or say where against consideration which is received in form of government grants. So where we are supplying the service, it is a supply of service by a government entity, supply of service by say a government entity to central government, state government, union, territory or local authority. Basically, and the consideration is in form of government grants, the same is say exempt from levy of GST. Then if the central government, state government, if the old age home is run by say central government, state government or charitable entity and the services are provided in respect of old age home to senior citizens and where the consideration charged is up to rupees 25,000 per month per member, 25,000 per month per member, and the consideration so charged includes charges for say lodging, boarding and maintenance. The same is say exempt from tax. So it is old age home which has been run by central government, state government, union and say entity registered under 12AB of the Income Tax Act. The same will be what? Exempt. Old age home is run by the central government, state government, union, territory. The same is say exempt from tax. Basically, where the consideration is up to rupees 25,000 per month per member. Then, if any services they are provided by the central government, state government or union territory, if services are provided by central government, state government or union territory to their undertakings, or to PSUs, and that is by way of say guaranteeing the loans which have been taken by these government undertakings or PSUs from banking companies and financial institutions. So it is services which is supplied by central government, state government, union territory to their undertakings or PSUs by way of guaranteeing the loans taken by such undertakings or PSUs from banking companies and the financial institutions, same as say exempt from the levy of GST. We have already discussed about say these are services provided to individuals. So if services are provided by central government, state government, union territory or local authority, services are provided by central government, state government, union territory or local authority by way of issuance of passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate or death certificate, by way of issuance of say passport, visa, driving license, birth certificate or death certificate, the same is say exempt from the levy of GST. Then it is if services by way of granting permit, to say goods carriage to operate throughout India or contiguous states, granting of national permit to goods carriage, the same is say exempt from levy of GST. Besides this, if any services are provided to the central government, provided by central government, state government, union territory or local authority by way of tolerating non-performance of contract, and the consideration is in form of fines or liquidated damages or penalty. If the consideration is received in form of fines, liquidated damages or say penalty, same is exempt from levy of GST. Then services which are provided by central government, state government, union territory or local authority by way of registration required under any law for the time being in force, or say it is testing, calibration, safety check, certification relating to protection or say safety of workers or consumers or public at large, including fire license, the same has been made exempt from levy of GST. Then if the central government, they are deputing custom officers and they are taking supervision of cargo. So merchant overtime charges which are charged, MOT charges, the same is exempt. So services which are provided by central government, state government, union territory, services which are provided by central government, state government, union territory by way of deputing officers after office hours or say on holidays for inspection or container stuffing or such other duties in relation to import-export cargo on payment of MOT charges, the same are say exempt from levy of GST. Besides this, if central government, state government, union territory or local authority, they assign right to use natural resources. They are assigning right to use natural resources. They are assigned to individual farmers for agricultural purposes. The same is exempt from levy of GST. Whatever services are provided by central government, state government, union territory, local authority by way of assignment of right to use natural resources to individual farmer for cultivation of plants and rearing of all life forms of animals, except say rearing of horses for food, fiber, fuel, raw material, other similar products. The same is say exempt from levy of GST. Then if state government is providing services to excess royalty collection contractor, then same is made exempt from levy of GST. So basically to the extent of the GST which has been paid by mining leaseholders. Now what is happening here is, say government gives a right to exploit natural resources to mining leaseholders, and mining leaseholders, they are required to pay GST basically on the extraction of these these natural resources. They have to pay GST. Now minimum rent has been fixed and the collection work has been handed over to whom? These assignment has been given to whom? The excess royalty collection contractor. Mining leaseholders will be extracting the minerals and paying royalty on the same, and whatever GST is paid on the same, pay GST on the royalty charges. Now in case if the amount of royalty charges are less than the minimum rent which has been fixed, there is a minimum royalty charges which is to be collected by excess royalty collection contractor. If they are less, then the differential GST would be paid by whom? The excess royalty collection contractor. Otherwise, to the extent of the GST which has been paid by the mining leaseholders, exemption has been provided to these excess royalty collection contractor. So services which are supplied by a state government, services which are supplied by a state government to excess royalty collection contractor by way of assigning the right to collect, on behalf of state government of the minerals dispatched by mining leaseholders, the same has been made exempt but subject to certain conditions. Now conditions are what? That the excess royalty collection contractor has been granted exemption. Basically, if the amount of collection is less than the rent fixed, then differential amount of GST will be paid by whom? The excess royalty collection contractor. Then we have already discussed that if any services they are provided by rehabilitation professionals, by way of say rehabilitation, therapy, counseling or other activity as covered by the medical establishments, educational institutions, rehabilitation centers established by central government, state government, union territory or entity registered under 12 levy of the Income Tax Act, the same has been made exempt from levy of GST. Now, if any services are provided to central government, state government, union territory or local authority, if any services are provided by say to central government, state government, union territory or local authority by way of any activity, in relation to any function which is entrusted to a panchayat under Article 243G of the Constitution, or in relation to say municipality under Article 243W of the Constitution, the same has been made exempt. Which services? Either this is pure services, no goods is involved, or in case it is a composite supply, or it's a case of composite supply, it's a composite supply of goods, that is and the value of the supply of goods, constitutes not more than what? 25% of the total composite supply. Same has been made say exempt. Then if there are fair price shops which have been opened by the government, they have been given license by the government. So services provided by say fair price shops, services which have been provided by fair price shops to the central government, state government, union territory, or say by way of sale of food grains, or say kerosenes, sugar, edible oil, etc. under PDS against commission margin. So services provided by what? Fair price shops, the same has been made exempt. Then services which are provided by central government, state government, union territory under any insurance scheme where the total premium has been paid by the central government, state government or union territory. Here reinsurance services have also been made exempt. We will be discussing afterward also. Reinsurance services is also exempt. Beside this, if any services are provided to the central government, state government or union territory under any training program where 75% or say of the total expenditure, where the 75% or more of the total expenditure has been borne by the central government or say state government, 75% or more of the total expenditure has been borne by the central government, state government, union territory administration, the same has been, say, made exempt from levy of GST. They have been made exempt from levy of GST. Then we are having certain construction services. Say it is pure labor contracts, say of construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repairs and maintenance, or renovation or alteration of a civil structure and other original works, basically pertaining to beneficiary-led individual house construction or enhancement under Housing for All, Urban Mission or Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So if any pure labor services are provided under Housing for All, Urban Mission and Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, that is for, say, construction, erection, commissioning, installation, completion, fitting out, repairs, maintenance, renovation or alteration of civil structure or other original works pertaining to these, the same will be exempt. Then it is what? Pure labor contracts for construction, erection, commissioning or installation, not repairs, not renovation, not repairs, not maintenance, nor renovation, okay, or alteration. That is not covered here. Basically, it is pure labor contracts for construction, erection, commissioning or installation of original works pertaining to single residential unit, otherwise as a part of residential complex, Beside this, if services are supplied by electricity distribution utilities, by way of, say, construction, erection, commissioning, installation of, say, infrastructure for extending electricity distribution network, they are extending electricity distribution network up to the tube well of the farmers, or agriculturalists for agricultural use, up to tube well of farmers or agriculturalists for agricultural use. The same has been made exempt. Beside this, if transferable development rights, floor space index, long-term lease premium of land is being given by landowner to developer, the same will be exempt from levy of GST. Otherwise, builder is required to pay GST under reverse charge. Basically, if exemption won't be available in respect of unsold flats, that is flats which remain unsold after the issuance of completion certificate or its first occupation, exemption of TDRs, FSIs or long-term lease shall be withdrawn in case of flats sold after issuance of the completion certificate. But the withdrawal shall be limited to what? 1% of the value. CGST is what? 1% in case of affordable housing. CGST and SGST is 1% in case of affordable housing and 5% in case of other than affordable housing. So this was the exemption in relation to construction services which we have discussed here. So let us, we will be discussing other further exemptions in our next lecture. Now we come to what? The passenger transportation services. It is services of transportation of passengers with or without accompanied belongings. Now it is services of, say, transportation of passengers with or, say, without the accompanied belongings. So here, if any services of transportation of passengers is by economy class air. Now economy class air has been made exempt. Business class is what? Taxable. Business class, or we can say executive class, it is, say, taxable. It is, say, economy class air, services provided by air in economy class, embarking from or terminating in an airport located where in the northeastern states, that is Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura, and Bagdogra in, say, West Bengal. It is in the northeastern states. That is basically in the northeastern states. If you are embarking your journey, if you are starting your journey, or if you are terminating your journey in these northeastern states, or say Bagdogra in West Bengal. the same has been made exempt from levy of GST. The same has been made, say, exempt from levy of GST. Besides this, it is only now economy class. Earlier it was for both economy class as well as, say, business class. Now the exemption has been restricted only to the economy class. Basically, economy class airfare has been made exempt for passengers. They are embarking their journey or they are terminating their journey in, say, northeastern states, that is Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, Meghalaya, okay, and Bagdogra, which is located where in West Bengal. Then it is non-air conditioned contract carriage has been made exempt. Non-air conditioned contract carriage has been made exempt. However, radio taxis are liable to GST. Radio taxis are liable to GST. Besides this, non-AC contract carriage for tourism purpose, for tourism, conducted tour, charter or hire. Non-AC contract carriage for tourism, conducted tour, charter or hire, the same has been made what? Taxable. Radio taxi is taxable, and conducted tours, charter or hire, the same has been made taxable. Then in that other case, it is what? Stage carriage permits. If any stage carriage permit is there, transportation of passenger is in stage carriage other than air conditioned stage carriage. If it is air conditioned stage carriage, liability will be of GST, otherwise it is, say, exempt. Then air, nothing contained in this entry B and C, that is non-air conditioned contract carriage or, say, stage carriage, that exemption won't be available if the services are supplied through e-commerce operator. If the services are supplied through whom? The e-commerce operator, exemption will not be available. Then whatever services are supplied by, services are provided to the central government by, say, air, embarking from or terminating at regional connectivity airport scheme against consideration in form of viability gap funding. So which are whatever services are provided by the airline operators to the government, and here the consideration is in form of, say, viability gap funding. The consideration is form of viability gap funding, the same will be exempt. Now this exemption shall be available only for a period of 3 years from the date of commencement of operations. Exemption is available only for a period of 3 years from the date of commencement of operations of the regional connectivity scheme airport as notified by the Ministry of Civil Aviation. As notified by what? The Ministry of the Civil Aviation. Okay. Then next is whatever services of transportation of passengers is there by railways in a class other than first class or air conditioned coach. So services provided by railways in a class other than first class or air conditioned coach. Services provided by railways in a class other than, say, first class or air conditioned coach, the same has been made exempt. Then it is metro rail, monorail or tramways. Metro, mono or tramways, the same has been made exempt. Okay. So first class AC rail fare, and air conditioned coach, basically same will be what? Liable to GST. Then metro, monorail or tramways, the same will be what? Exempt from GST. Then inland waterway, transportation by inland waterway, national waterway is also covered under the ambit of inland waterway. Then public transport other than predominantly for tourism purpose in vessels between places located in India. Public transport in vessel between places located in India. Then we are having metered cabs, auto rickshaws, including e-rickshaws. Metered cabs, auto rickshaws, including e-rickshaws. The same are, say, basically exempt from tax. However, if any services are provided for transportation of passengers in say metered cabs, auto rickshaws and e-rickshaws through an e-commerce operator. If these services are supplied through an e-commerce operator, the exemption won't be available. This exemption won't be available if transportation of passengers is in metered cabs, auto rickshaws and e-rickshaws. In that case, exemption would not be available. Besides this, you must remember that passenger service fees and user development fees, which is charged by airlines on behalf of Airport Authority of India, same is exempt. Same is included in the value. Basically, Airport Authority of India is required to pay GST on the passenger service fees and user development fees which is collected by them. Basically, they have authorized whom? The airlines to collect GST, to collect the amount from the passengers, and that PSF and UDF charges will be included in the value of the supply. Besides this, passenger taxes will also form the part of the value of taxable supply. Then we come to exemption in relation to transportation of goods. So you have services by way of say transportation of goods by road. If services of transportation of goods is by road, the same will be exempt. Say for example, transportation of goods by road is in horse cart, it is in bullock cart, auto rickshaw, say tempo, etc. The same is exempt. But in case of the services are provided by GTA, now basically what GTA is engaged in say transportation of goods by road, and it issues consignment note. Basically, fundamental thing, entire transportation of its goods by road, and it issues a consignment note which is a GTA, where GTA is providing the service. GTA is providing the service for transportation of goods by road, taxability arises. Similarly, if a courier agency is providing service, courier agency is also engaged in door-to-door transportation of time-sensitive documents. Courier agency basically means a person engaged in door-to-door transportation of time-sensitive documents. That is a courier agency. Similarly, services by transportation of goods is by inland waterway. Services of transportation of goods by inland waterway is there. That same will be what? Exempt from GST. So, GTA and courier agency, same is what? Liable to GST. Same is liable to GST. Now, if services of transportation of goods is by rail or by vessel or by GTA, services of transportation of goods is by rail, by vessel or by GTA. Which goods? They are what? The agricultural produce. They are what? The agricultural produce. Then it is milk, salt, food grains, including flours, pulses and rice, organic manure, newspapers and magazines registered with Registrar of Newspapers, relief materials meant for victims of man-made disasters or natural calamities, then defense and military equipments. The same was exempt. Now, earlier in case of GTA, exemption was there prior to 18,722. Prior to 18,722, GTA, if was engaged in providing services of transportation of small consignments, if the value does not exceed rupees 750, same was exempt. Or say small vehicle where value does not exceed rupees 1500, same was exempt. So fundamentally that exemption was there. This exemption has now been say withdrawn now. So if even if it is a case of a small consignment or a small vehicle, if transportation of goods is by a goods transport agency, the same will be leviable to GST. So exemption has been only in this respect of, say, agricultural produce, milk, salt and food grains, including flours, pulses and rice, organic manure, newspapers or magazines which are registered with the registrar of newspapers, defense or military equipment, relief materials meant for victims of natural or man-made disasters, accidents or mishappenings. Then earlier, if transportation was of railway equipments by railways, that has also been what? Now withdrawn. Then if any goods transport agency is providing services to unregistered person, if GTA is providing services to unregistered person, including, say, unregistered casual taxable person, including what? Unregistered casual taxable person, the same has been exempt from levy of GST. The same has been, say, exempt from levy of GST. Now how? Basically, if however the following will be taxable. If services are provided to a factory registered under the Factories Act, society registered under the Societies Act, cooperative society, body, corporate, partnership firms, LLP is also included, including AOP. So basically here taxation arises on RCM until and unless. In these cases, if GTA is charging rate of GST of 5%, GST rate is 5%, RCM is applicable except where GTA has exercised the option to pay tax, under forward charge mechanism. Then whatever services are provided by GTA, by way of transport of goods in goods carriage, if services are provided by GTA by way of transport of goods in goods carriage to department or establishment of central government or state government, local authority or governmental agency which has taken registration only for the purpose of TDS, and they are by themselves not making any taxable supply, that services which are provided by GTA to them. If services are provided by GTA to tax deductors at source, they have taken registration only for purpose of TDS and they are not by themselves making any taxable supply of goods or services, same has been made exempt. Similarly, if any satellite launch service is supplied, by Indian Space Research Organization, Antrix Corporation or, say, New Space India Limited, same has been made exempt from the levy of GST. So this was about what? The goods transport agency services. Now let us discuss about the banking and other financial services prior to 18,722. Services provided by RBI. It was exempt from levy of GST. Now this exemption has been withdrawn. The same will be taxable now. The exemption has been withdrawn and now it will be taxable. Now services by way of extending deposits, loans or advances. Insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount other than interest involved in credit card services. So interest on credit card services will be liable to GST. Besides this, service fees, processing fees, it is liable to, say, GST. Then it is inter se sale or purchase of foreign currency. Amongst banks or amongst authorized dealers or amongst banks and dealers, the same has been made exempt from levy of GST. So basically no GST will be levied on interest on discount except, say, interest which has been involved in credit card services. Besides this, forex broking, forex broking services will be exempt from levy of GST. Besides this, if any services are provided by a banking company, to basic saving bank account holders, under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, under Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, the same has been exempt from levy of GST. Now, if services by an acquiring bank, services by an acquiring bank to any person in relation to settlement of an amount, in relation to settlement of an amount up to 2,000 rupees in a single transaction transacted through a credit card, debit card, charge card or other payment card service. Up to 2,000 rupees settlement charges, whatever charge, if whatever purchases we have made through credit card, debit card, charge card. If the amount of purchases does not exceed rupees 2,000, then whatever charges are there for settlement, that settlement charges will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. Then whatever services are provided by intermediary of financial services. If any services are provided by intermediary of financial services, which is located where? In the multi-services SEZ, within International Financial Service Center status. And the services are provided to a customer located outside India and payment is received in, say, convertible foreign exchange other than Indian rupees. Whatever services are provided by that intermediary, the same will be what? Exempt from, say, levy of GST. Then life insurance services, services by way of, say, annuity, services by way of annuity under NPS, services by way of annuity under National Pension System, by Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority of India, the same are, say, exempt from levy of GST. The same is, say, exempt from levy of GST. Beside this, we are having Army Fund, Army Group, Navy Group, Air Force Group insurance funds are there. So if services are provided by Army, Naval and Air Force Group insurance funds to members of Army, Navy or, say, Air Force under the group insurance scheme of the government, same are exempt. Similarly, if any services are provided by Naval Group Insurance Fund to Coast Guard personnel, under group insurance scheme of central government, under, say, group insurance scheme of central government, the same will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. Then services by, say, Coal Central Armed Police Forces, services by, say, Central Armed Police Forces, group insurance fund to their members under group insurance scheme meant for, say, Central Armed Police Forces, the same will be exempt. Then general insurance services, as you are aware, there are various general insurance services. First is, say, this is life insurance services. This is life insurance services. These are the life insurance services. That is under Jan Shri Bima Yojana, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, life micro insurance product as approved by Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority, having the amount of maximum amount of cover of rupees 2 lakh. Varish Pension Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti, Jan Dhan, Vyay Bandhan Yojana. So you remember Jan Shri Bima, Aam Aadmi Bima, life micro insurance product where the amount of cover does not exceed rupees 2 lakhs. Varish Pension Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana or Pradhan Mantri Vyay Bandhan Yojana, the same is, say, exempt from levy of, say, GST. Then same is, say, exempt from levy of, say, GST. Then we are having, say, these are the general insurance. So here, services of under general insurance services, they are general insurance services. If you could remember the names, then you can remember it. Okay. Now here, basically, under hut insurance, cattle insurance, scheme for insurance of tribals, Janta personal accident policy and Grameen accident policy, group personal accident policy for self-employed women, agriculture pump set and failed well insurance, premia collected on export credit insurance, restructured weather-based crop insurance, Jan Arogya Bima, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, pilot scheme for seed insurance, central sector scheme for cattle insurance, universal health insurance scheme, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, coconut palm insurance, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima, Nirmaya health insurance, Bangla Shashya Bima, the same will be exempt. Besides the services by way of reinsurance of these two schemes will also be, say, exempt from levy of GST. Okay, they will also be exempt from levy of GST. Then if any services are provided by Employees State Insurance Corporation or say Employees Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, then Coal Mines Provident Fund and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, and PS Trust in form of say administrative fees. So ESI, EPF, Coal Mines Provident Fund, okay, the same is what? Exempt from tax. The same is say exempt from tax. Then services by way of say collection of contribution. Services by way of collection of contribution under Atal Pension Yojana and say pension scheme of say state government. The same is also exempt from tax. Okay. Earlier exemption was there in respect of IRDA, services provided by IRDA, services provided by SEBI. The same has been what now withdrawn. Then if any business facilitator or business correspondent is providing services to a banking company or say insurance company with respect to its rural area branches, or intermediary of business facilitator is providing services, intermediary business facilitator, business correspondent, the same will be what? Exempt from levy of say GST. Then leasing services, here also if there is an upfront amount payable in respect of service by way of long-term lease of 30 years or more of say industrial plots for infrastructure development, for finance business, the same has been provided by the central state government development corporation or undertakings or any other entity where the ownership of government is 20%. Basically, the same has been provided to industrial users, developers in any industrial and financial business area. The said services will be exempt. Now, if any services, legal services are provided, if legal services are provided by an arbitral tribunal, if legal services are provided by an arbitral tribunal to or say partnership firm of advocates or individual advocate, say other than a senior advocate or say senior advocate, okay. If it is provided to any person other than a business entity, exemption will be there. Business entity, it is provided, legal services are provided to a business entity, or arbitral tribunal is providing services to a business entity, and the turnover of the business entity does not exceed the threshold limit, basically 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, or 40 lakhs as the case may be. Or these are services are provided to central government, state government, union territory, local authority, government authority and government entity, same is exempt. Similarly, if any services are provided by a partnership firm of advocate or individual advocate other than a senior advocate, to say a partnership firm of advocate or say individual advocate who are providing legal services, the same will be what? Exempt from tax. But if a senior advocate provides services to partnership firm of advocates, if senior advocate provides services to partnership firm of advocates or say individual advocate, same is taxable. Same will be taxable. So this was about our service discussions relating to leasing services. Then we will be further discussing the other services in our next lecture. Now here, sponsorship of sporting events. Sponsorship of sporting events, they have been made exempt from levy of GST. In case the sponsorship, basically the sporting events must be organized by say a recognized sports body. Now what are this recognized sports body? That is National Sports Federation. It is National Sports Federation or say its affiliated federations where the participating team or individual may represent any district, state, zone or country. Then by Association of Indian Universities, Association of Indian Universities or Inter-University Sports Board, School Games Federation of India, All India Sports Council of Deaf for the Deaf, Paralympic Committee of India, Special Olympics Bharat, or it is by Central Civil Services, Cultural and Sports Board, Central Civil Services, Cultural and Sports Board. So as a part of National Games by Indian Olympic Association and under say Panchayat Yuva Krida or Khel Abhiyan scheme. So sponsorship of these sporting events which have been recognized by the recognized sports body, the same has been made exempt from say levy of GST. Beside this, if any services are provided by National Skill Development Corporation set up by the Government of India, Sector Skill Council which has been approved by National Skill Development Corporation, assessment agencies which have been approved by the National Skill Development Corporation or Sector Skill Council, or training partners which have been approved by Sector Skill Corporation and National Skill Development Corporation, Sector Skill Council and National Skill Development Corporation. The same is in relation to what? The National Skill Development Program. Services are in relation to National Skill Development Program implemented by NSDC, Vocational Skill Development Program, Development Course under National Skill Certification and Monetary Reward Scheme or any other scheme implemented by NSDC. The same will be what? Exempt from levy of GST. The same will be say exempt from levy of GST. Similarly, if any services they are provided by assessing bodies, they are provided by assessing bodies empaneled centrally by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, by way of assessments under say Skill Development Initiative, the same are exempt. Besides this, services which are provided by training providers, that is project implementation agencies. That is basically what? Project implementation agencies under say Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kalyan Yojana. Okay, implemented Gramin Kaushalya Yojana, Deen Dayal Upadhyay Gramin Kaushalya Yojana, that is being say implemented by the National Rural Development, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. They are offering skill or vocational training courses which are certified by National Council of Vocational Training. The same has been made exempt from levy of GST. So it has been made exempt from levy of say GST. So these are the various skill development services. Then if any services they are provided by way of admission to, whatever admission fees or entrance fees is there, the same will be exempt. Admission to museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, tiger reserve or zoo, the same has been made exempt. Besides this, services by way of admission to the following events or places, where the consideration for right to admission, is not more than rupees 500 per person. So if it exceeds 500 per person, same will be taxable. It's not more than 500 per person. It is where to any circus, dance, theatrical performance, including drama or ballet. It is circus, dance, theatrical performance, including drama or ballet. Then it is to say award functions, concerts, pageants, musical performance or sporting event other than recognized sporting event, and in case of recognized sporting event also, and planetarium also. So here right of admission to these events, the same will be exempt provided the consideration does not exceed rupees 500 per person. The ticket does not exceed 500 per person. Similarly, if any admission has been given to protected monuments declared under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites, and Remains Act 1958 or any of the state acts for the time being in force. So right of admission to say various protected monuments same has been made exempt. Then if any services are provided by a artist in folk or say classical art form, it is folk or classical art forms. It may be of say music, dance or theatre. That is for music, dance and say theatre, where the consideration charged for such performance does not exceed 1,50,000 rupees. Where the consideration charged for such performance does not exceed 150. And in case if the consideration charge exceed rupees 150, entire amount will be what chargeable to tax. Besides this, the exemption will not be applied, will not be available if services are provided. If services are provided in capacity of say brand ambassador. If services are provided in capacity as say a brand ambassador. Now if any services have been provided say in Western music, it is Western music or dance, modern theatres, film artists, okay, still art such as painting, sculpture making, same will be taxable. Next, exemption is in respect of services which are provided by an unincorporated body. Services provided by an unincorporated body or non-profit entity which has been registered under any law for the time being in force. Basically, the unincorporated body or non-profit entity is providing services to its own members as reimbursement of share of contribution, as a trade union or for providing any exempt activity, or where it is a resident housing society where consideration charged does not exceed rupees 7,500 per month per member for common sources of say goods or services. The same will be what exempt from tax. In case consideration exceeds, say consideration charge is 9,000 rupees, then entire amount is taxable. Now here 7,500 is per month. Now if two flats are there, then 7,500 per month will be, if one person is owning two flats, they will get an exemption of 7,500 for each flat. Okay, you will get an exemption. So if he is paying 15,000 rupees for two flats, he will be getting an exemption. Okay, if he is owning three flats and he is paying say 18,000 rupees for three flats, 6,000 each, he will get an exemption. Okay, so even if a person is owning more than one flat, exemption will be available per flat. Then besides this, if any services are provided by entity, unincorporated entity, non-profit entity for activities relating to say industrial or say agricultural labor or farmers, welfare of the industrial or say agricultural labor or say farmers, promotion of trade, commerce, industry, agriculture, art, science, literature, culture, sports, educational, social welfare, charitable activities, okay, protection of environment, or with the membership fees is what? Rupees 1000 per month, per 1000 per year per member, where membership fees is 1000 per year per member, same will be exempt from levy of GST. Then other exempt services which we will be discussing is, say, transfer as a going concern, transfer as a going concern, as a whole or independent part thereof, the same has been made exempt. Okay. Then services associated with transit cargo, services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan being landlocked countries has been made exempt. Now renting of residential dwelling to an unregistered person will be exempt. Renting of residential dwelling for use as resident, except where renting of residential dwelling is to a registered person. If renting of residential dwelling is to a registered person, same is taxable under RCM. Then import air freight, it is exempt. Basically it is services by way of transportation, services by way of transportation of goods by an aircraft, services by way of transportation of goods by an aircraft from place outside India up to, say, custom station of clearance in India, from place outside India up to, say, custom station of clearance in India. Then services of, say, transportation of goods by an aircraft from custom station of clearance in India to a place outside India. Export air freight, it has been exempt. Similarly, export sea freight, same has been exempt. And here the exemption is available up to 30th September 22. Exemption is available up to, say, 30th September 22. Then services by way of giving on hire. Services by way of giving on hire. What? To a state transport undertaking. Services by way of giving on hire to a state transport undertaking. A motor vehicle meant to carry more than 12 passengers. It is a motor vehicle which is meant to carry more than 12 passengers. The same will be exempt. Or say services by way of giving hire to a local authority, an electrically operated vehicle meant to carry more than 12 passengers, or we are hiring services basically to a goods transport agency. To a goods transport agency, if services have been provided by way of giving on hire, means for transportation of goods, same has been made exempt. Beside this, if any motor vehicle is given on hire to a person who is providing services of transportation of students, faculty and staff of which educational institution? Educational institution providing preschool education and education up to higher secondary school. So I give motor vehicle, say Bal Vahini on hire to Mr. A, and A is providing services of, say, transportation of students, faculty and staff of, say, educational institution being providing services of preschool education and education to higher secondary school. So whatever hiring services I provide to Mr. A, the same will be exempt, which what A is providing to that school has already been exempt, we have seen in the educational services. Then services by way of, say, access to road or bridge, services by way of access to road or bridge on payment of, say, toll or toll charges or annuity, the same has been made exempt. Then in case if any transmission or distribution is of electricity is there, transmission or distribution of electricity is there by transmission, distribution or electricity utility, by an electricity transmission or distribution utility, by an electricity transmission or distribution utility, the same has been made, say, exempt from levy of GST. Besides this, if technology business incubate is there, this technology business incubate services are provided by technology business incubate. Up to a total turnover of rupees 50 lakhs, the same will be exempt. Up to a total turnover of rupees, say, 50 lakhs, the same will be exempt, provided the total turnover does not exceed 50 lakhs in the preceding financial year. The total turnover does not exceed 50 lakhs in the preceding financial year, and period of 3 years have not elapsed from the date of entering into an agreement with the incubatee. So incubatee, they are what? Incubatees, they are what? Entrepreneurs. Located where? In Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park or Biotech Park, okay? And they are developing innovative ideas. So whatever services are provided by BT, the same will be exempt, provided their turnover in the preceding financial year does not exceed 50 lakhs. Exemption is up to rupees 50 lakhs. Say, if over and above 50 lakhs, GST will be leviable. In the next year, exemption won't be available if your turnover exceeds 50 lakhs in the preceding financial year. Then services by way of, say, collecting or providing news by, say, Independent Journalist, Press Trust of India or United News of India. Collecting or providing of news by Independent Journalist, Press Trust of India or United News of India, same is exempt. Then if any services are provided by public libraries by way of lending of books, publications or other knowledge enhancing content or material, same is exempt. If any technology business incubator is there, technology business incubator is there, that is providing services, or Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park is providing services, the same is what? Exempt from levy of GST. Then in case if any organizer is organizing, business exhibitions outside India, okay? So organizer is in India, the recipient of services in India, that is a registered person, but the business exhibition is organized outside India, the same is exempt. Then services by way of, say, preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing, labeling of, say, fruits and vegetables which do not change or alter the essential characteristics of fruits and vegetables, same is exempt. Then services provided by National Center for Cold Chain Development for by way of, say, cold chain knowledge dissemination, the same has been made exempt. Then if any services are provided by a recognized sports body, if any services are provided by a recognized sports body to another recognized sports body, same is exempt. Similarly, services which are provided by to a recognized sports body by an individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach or team manager for participating in recognized sporting event, the same is exempt. But if the services are provided by, say, as a commentator, cheer girls, curators, other technical experts, physio, etc., same will be what? Taxable. Besides this, if any services are provided by a foreign diplomatic mission which is located in India, the same is exempt. Services by providing information under RTI, it is exempt. If under FIFA under 17 Women's World Cup or Asian Football Confederation World Cup which has been organized, services which are provided by FIFA to FIFA, services provided by AFC to AFC, and admission to FIFA and admission to AFC Women's Asia Cup, the same will be exempt. Services of by way of, say, public conveyances such as provision of washrooms, bathrooms or lavatories is exempt. Now here also this is very, very important. You remember that if any tour operator services is provided, if tour is partly conducted in India, partly outside India, the tour is provided, services are provided to a foreign tourist. So the tour which has been conducted outside India, the same will be exempt. So tour operator service which is partly performed in India and partly outside India, supplied by a tour operator to foreign tourists, the same will be exempt. To the extent of the value of services which are provided outside India, how you will be determining the value of the services, that is lower of what? The total consideration charged. The total consideration charged into number of days outside India divided by total number of days, or 50% of the total consideration charge, whichever is say less, whichever is less. Now here, in making the calculations, we see that if any duration of time is equal to or exceeding 12 hours, it will be rounded off to 1 day, but if it is less than 12 hours, it will be half day. It will be say half day. If it is say 5 hours only, it will be half day. Then other services which have been made exempt from levy of IGST. Other services which have been made exempt from levy of IGST, basically if service supplier is in non-taxable territory, service recipient is also in non-taxable territory. Service supplier is in non-taxable territory, service recipient is in non-taxable territory, the same will be what, exempt from levy of GST. So services received from a provider of service located in non-taxable territory by a person located in say non-taxable territory, it will be exempt from GST. Beside this, if it is provided to non-taxable online recipient, import of services by non-taxable online recipient, that is central government, state government, union territory, or say local authority, government authority, or individual or any other person for say other than what? Business or commerce or industry. Business, commerce or industry, that is non-business use. It is exempt. Beside this, if any services are imported by a charitable entity, providing charitable services, for providing charitable services, same will also be exempt. However, the exemption in these two cases will not be available for OIDR services which are supplied by a person located in non-taxable territory or say import sea freight. For import sea freight, exemption won't be available. Here importer will be required to pay GST under RCM. In case of OIDR services which are supplied to non-taxable online recipient, forward charge mechanism will be there, where supplier of OIDR services will be liable to pay GST. Besides this, if supply of online educational journal is there to any educational institution, the same will be what? Exempt. Basically, which educational institution? Educational institution providing services as a part of curriculum for qualifications which have been recognized by law. Exemption will not be available for supply of online educational journals or periodicals to educational institutions which are providing preschool education and education up to higher secondary school or equivalent, or education as a part of approved vocational education course. Here it will be what? Taxable. This import will be say taxable. Then if any services are received by RBI, from outside India in relation to foreign exchange management reserves, exempt. Tour operator services provided to foreign tourists where tour is wholly conducted outside India, the same will be exempt. If any services are supplied by establishment in India to an establishment outside India, these are establishment of say distinct persons, and place of supply of services outside India, the same will be exempt. Besides this, import of services by UN or a specified international organization for official use of UN or specified international organization will be exempt. Then import of services by say foreign diplomatic mission, or carrier consular officers or say diplomatic agents for their official use or say for their family use, the same will be exempt. If any services are supplied by an intermediary when the location of the supplier and recipient of goods is say outside India, Outside the taxable territory, same are exempt. So these are certain exemptions which we have discussed from the IGST. So exemption chapter is very, very important from examination point of view. You have to remember each and every exemption, because in comprehensive questions also they ask exemptions, and for separate question can also be made in relation to the exemptions. Now we'll be starting with the place of supply chapter. Is a very, very important chapter from examination point of view, because first of all you have to determine the place of supply. To determine the nature of supply, you need to know where is the place of supply. So if a supply is a interstate supply, as you are aware, IGST is levied. If supply is intrastate supply, if supply is intrastate supply, then CGST plus SGST oblique UTGST is levied. So to determine, this is basically the nature of supply. To determine the nature of supply, we must have a knowledge about the place of supply, because whether it's an interstate supply or whether it's a intrastate supply, that depends upon the location of the supplier, and place of supply. On these factors, we will be able to judge whether it's an interstate supply, whether it's an intrastate supply. So the provisions relating to the same, they are contained in, say, section 7 of the IGST Act. We will be discussing in this particular chapter section 7 of the IGST Act, which deals with interstate supply. Section 8 of the IGST Act, it deals with intrastate supply. Section 9, that is supply in territorial waters of India. Supply in territorial waters of India, that is section 9. Then we are having section 10. Section 10 basically is determination of place of supply. Section 10, it is determination of place of supply in respect of domestic transactions of goods, that is domestic transactions of goods. Then we are having section 11, that is determination of place of supply in respect of import and export. Of goods. Then section 12, that is determination of place of supply in respect of domestic transactions of services. Determination of place of supply in respect of domestic transactions of services. And section 13, that is determination of place of supply in respect of cross-border transaction of services. It is in respect of cross-border transactions of services. And in case section 14, that is if online information database access and retrieval services are provided, what are the special provisions made for the same. So in this particular chapter, we will be discussing these provisions in depth. In depth, we will be discussing these provisions. Now, let us start this particular chapter. So, how the supplies they are treated as interstate supplies. So, basically, when the location of the supplier, when the location of the supplier and the place of supply, the location of the supplier and the place of supply, they are where? In the same state or say same union territory, then it is an intrastate supply. And section 7 of the IGST Act, it contains the provisions relating to interstate supplies. With reference to goods where the location of supplier and place of supply, they are in two different states or say two different union territories or a state or a union territory, that is say two different states and two different union territories or say a state or a union territory, it is an interstate supply. Similarly, import of goods, the same is deemed to be an interstate supply. With reference to services, when the location of supplier and place of supply, they are in two different states or say two different union territories or a state and a union territory, then that will be regarded as an interstate supply. Similarly, import of services, the same is deemed to be an interstate supply. Import of services, the same is deemed to be an interstate supply. Besides this, supply of goods, when the supplier is located in India, and a place of supply is outside India, it will also be deemed to be an interstate supply. Supplier is in India, then place of supply is outside India, it is deemed to be what? An interstate supply. The same is deemed to be an interstate supply. Similarly, where supply of goods, supply of services to say SEZ units or say SEZ developers or by SEZ unit or SEZ developer, supply of goods and or services to SEZ unit or SEZ developer or by SEZ unit or SEZ developer, it is deemed to be an interstate supply. The same is deemed to be an interstate supply. Now, in case if any supply is not an intrastate supply, it will be deemed to be what? An interstate supply. Then, what is intrastate supply? With reference to goods, where the location of the supplier and the place of supply, they are in same state or same union territory. When the location of the supplier and place of supply, they are in the same state or same union territory, it is intrastate supply. Similarly, when the location of supplier and place of supply are in same state or same union territory with reference to services, those services will also be regarded as intrastate supplies. When the supplies are intrastate supplies, as I have already told you, CGST plus SGST oblique UTGST is levied. And when it is an interstate supply, it is what? IGST is levied. When it is an interstate supply, what happens? IGST is levied. So here, supply of goods from one state or union territory, to another state or union territory, that is what? Regarded as what? Interstate supply. Supply of goods from one state or union territory to another state or union territory, that is what? Interstate supply. Supply of services from one state or union territory to another state or union territory, it will be interstate supply. Import of goods till they cross the custom frontiers of India, it is deemed to be interstate supply. Import of services, the same is also deemed to be an interstate supply. Export of goods or services, it is deemed to be what? An interstate supply. Similarly, supply of goods and or services to SEZ unit or SEZ developer or by SEZ unit or SEZ developer, it is an interstate supply. Then supply to international tourists, that is deemed to be an interstate supply. And any other supply in the taxable territory, which is not an intrastate supply, will also be deemed to be what? An interstate supply in territorial waters. So fundamentally, if the supplier say is in territorial waters of India, or say place of supply is in territorial waters of India, then the issue was in which state or say which union territory we will see whether when supplier is in the territorial waters of India, to which state or say union territory he belongs, or when the place of supply is in territorial waters of India, to which state or union territory he belongs. So for that purpose, section 9 of the IGST Act provides for what? Here say if the location of supplier is here in the territorial waters, or say the location of supplier is here in the territorial waters. So in this particular case, where is the nearest, which is the nearest coastal state? Here the nearest coastal state is say Gujarat in the appropriate baseline, and here the nearest coastal state is say Maharashtra. So fundamentally they say that where is the nearest, which is the nearest coastal state or union territory, that will be regarded as the location of supplier. If location of supply is there or say place of supply is there, as the case may be. So this begins with a non-obstinate clause. That notwithstanding anything contained in this act, that is what? Where the location of the supplier is in territorial waters. The location of the supplier, or where the place of supply is in territorial waters, shall, for the purpose of the act, will be deemed to be in the coastal state or union territory. It will be deemed to be in the coastal state or union territory where the nearest point of appropriate baseline is located. It will be deemed to be in the coastal state or the union territory where the nearest point of the appropriate baseline is located. Say for example, if here, say Mr. X is in territorial waters of India, which is 9 kilometers away from say Gujarat and 11 kilometers away from Maharashtra. In this case, the place of this location of supplier will be treated in Gujarat because it is just 9 kilometers away from the territorial, that is the appropriate baseline of the Gujarat. So here it's the nearest coastal state or nearest union territory, appropriate baseline, where the nearest appropriate baseline is say located, that coastal state or union territory from where the nearest appropriate baseline is say located. So we have discussed section 7, it is dealing with the interstate supplies. Section 8, it is dealing with the intrastate supplies. Section 9, it is dealing with the supplies in territorial waters. Now we will be determining the place of supply in respect of say domestic transactions of goods. We will be determining what the place of supply in respect of say domestic transactions of goods. So here, where the supply involve movement of the goods. 10(1)(a), that is dealing with what? Determination of place of supply in respect of domestic transactions of goods. So basically, where the supply involve movement of the goods, and this movement can be caused by the supplier. If I am supplying, the movement can be caused by me, or it can be caused by the recipient. Recipient may also cause the movement of the goods, or by any other person, then what will be the place of supply? Say Mr. X is of Maharashtra and he supplies goods, and the same is supplied to Mr. B, which has been registered in UP, and by virtue of this supply there is a movement of goods from Maharashtra to say Rajasthan. In that particular circumstance, where will be the place of supply? The place of supply is where the movement of the goods so terminates. So here the place of supply will be what? The location of the goods. Location of the goods. Place of supply will be basically what? Location of the goods at the time at which the movement of the goods terminates for delivery to the recipient. Place of supply is what? Place of supply in 10(1)(a), this is what section 10(1)(a), which provides for what? The place of supply is what? The location of the goods at a time at which the movement of the goods terminates. Where the movement of the goods terminates for supply or delivery of the goods to the recipient. Then 10(1)(b) is dealing with what? Bill to ship model. 10(1)(d) is what? 10(1)(b) is dealing with what? Bill to ship model. What is bill to ship model? Say Mr. X is the supplier. Mr. A is there. He is the, third person. Actually, he has placed an order on X, and at his instruction, the goods are supplied by X to Mr. B. Mr. B is the physical recipient. Mr. B is the physical recipient here. X is the supplier. Supplier says in New Delhi. Physical recipient is in New Delhi, but A is in Rajasthan. Here, on his instruction, the goods are delivered to Mr. B. This is known as what? Bill to A and ship model, ship to B. So where the goods are delivered to the recipient, or any other person on direction of third person, where the goods are delivered to the recipient or any other person on direction of third person by way of transfer of title of goods or otherwise. By way of transfer of title of goods or otherwise, the place of supply will be what? The place of supply will be the principal place of business of such third person. So here two supplies are taking place, one between Mr. X to A. X is raising invoice in favor of A, and here the place of supply will be what? The location of third person, that is A. And the second supply is between A to B, where the place of supply will be what? In New Delhi. So fundamentally, in case of bill to ship model, here at the person whose instruction the goods are delivered to any other person, the place of supply is basically the location of the third person, that is the person on whose instruction the goods are delivered. Then 10(1)(c) is basically supply as on where basis. Supply as on where basis. Where there is no movement of goods, where there is no movement of the goods either by the supplier or by the recipient. Where there is no movement of the goods either by the supplier or by the recipient, what will be the place of supply? It will be the location of the goods at a time of delivery to the recipient. Place of supply is what? Location of goods at a time of delivery to the recipient. Place of supply is location of the goods at a time of delivery to the recipient. Place of supply is location of goods at a time of delivery to the recipient. So where the goods are located for delivery to the recipient, that will be the place of supply. Then we are having, in case the goods are assembled or installed at site, 10(1)(d), that is dealing with what? Where the goods are assembled or installed at site. In case the goods are assembled or installed at site, the place of supply will be the place where the goods are assembled or installed. In case the goods are assembled or installed at site, place of supply will be the place where the goods are assembled or installed. Place of supply will be the place where the goods are assembled or installed. Then place of supply of goods purchased over the counter. Place of supply of goods purchased over the counter in one state and transported in another state by the buyer. Place of supply of goods purchased over the counter, that is sale to unregistered person. Now this has been introduced new, sale to unregistered person, 10(1)(da). It is section 10(1)(da) that is dealing with over the counter sales. So if any unregistered person comes in a particular state to take the goods, and in case he will provide that he will be taking the goods in this particular state. Say Mr. X of Rajasthan goes to Delhi to purchase the goods. Mr. X is unregistered, but he states to the supplier that he will be taking the goods in Rajasthan, and he gives the address that this address must be recorded in the invoice, that this particular state must be recorded in the invoice. In that particular circumstance, the place of supply will be location as per the address of the said person. Place of supply will be what? The location as per the address of the said person recorded in the invoice issued in respect of the said supply, and in case the address is not recorded by the supplier, in case the address is not recorded by the supplier, in that particular circumstance, what will be the place of supply? The place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier. If address is not recorded, then the place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier. Then in case where the goods are supplied on board a conveyance, where the goods are supplied on board a conveyance like a vessel, aircraft, train or a vehicle, where the goods are supplied on board a conveyance like a vessel, aircraft, train or motor vehicle, place of supply will be the place where the goods are taken on board the conveyance. Place of supply will be the place where the goods are taken on board the conveyance. Okay. Then where the place of supply cannot be determined as per the above provisions, where the place of supply cannot be determined as per the above provisions, in that case the place of supply will be determined in prescribed manner. In that case the place of supply will be determined in the prescribed manner. Then we come to what? Place of supply of goods which have been imported into India or exported from India. This is cross-border transaction of goods. This is what? Cross-border transaction of goods. What import means? What do you mean by import? Import means bringing into India from place outside India. And goods which have been taken out of India to a place outside India is export. So in case of import, the place of supply will be the location of the importer. In case of import, the place of supply will be the location of importer that has been provided in 11 clause A, section 11 clause B. Determination of place of supply in case of export, it will be the location outside India. Place of supply in case of export, it will what? It will be the location outside India. So this way we have to determine what? The place of supply in respect of the goods to find out location of supplier and place of supply. If they are in the same state, then it will be intrastate. If location of supply and place of supply, they are in two different states or a state or a union territory or two different union territories, then it will be an interstate supply. And when the same is an interstate supply, it will be subject to IGST. In case of intrastate supply, it is subject to CGST and SGST. Hope this must be clear till now. Okay. This is very, very important. You remember section. Now we will be starting with section 12. Section 12 is in relation to determination of place of supply of services, that is domestic transactions of services. It is what? Determination of place of supply in respect of domestic transaction of services. So in services, since they are intangible, we use certain proxies. Then only we will be able to determine the place of supply. So proxy may be the place of performance, or the proxy may be the location of the recipient, or the proxy may be the location of the supplier, because we cannot see the services in comparison to goods. Goods are tangible. We can see the movement of the goods, but in case of services, we cannot see it. Therefore, certain proxies are used, certain assumptions are used for determining the place of supply. So, section 12 basically it is dealing with determination of place of supply in case of domestic transactions of services. That is domestic transactions of services where the location of the supplier, and location of the recipient they both are in India. They are in taxable territory. In case if one of them or both of them they are not in the taxable territory, then in that case the place of supply will be determined as per the provisions of section 13. So remember, first of all you see the location of the supplier and the location of recipient. Location of supplier and location of recipient both are in the taxable territory, that is in India. Then in that particular circumstance we use section 12. If location of the supplier is outside India or location of recipient is outside India, then we use the provisions of section 13 to determine the place of supply of services. So place of supply of services where the location of the supplier, and recipient is in India. So in respect of the following 12 categories of services, the place of supply is determined with reference to a proxy, that is rest is governed by the default provisions. So here Section 12, subsection 1 is stating what? Determination of place of supply, where location of the supplier of service and location of the recipient of service is in India. Determination of place of supply, where the location of the supplier of service and location of the recipient of service is in India, then provisions of section 12 are applicable. So what is the general rule or default rule, or say the main rule, that is the general rule we can say, or we can say the default rule, or it is a main rule, when or we can say the residuary rule, when a specific rule is not applicable, we determine the place of supply as per the provisions of section 12 subsection 2. So the place of supply of services made to a registered person, that is when it is a B2B supply, as you are aware, if it is a B2B supply, the place of supply will be the location of such person. So place of supply made to a registered person, place of supply of services made to a registered person, it will be the location of such person. So here, in case of B2B supply, the place of supply is, say, location of such person. And when the supply is made to a person other than a registered person, when a supply is made to a person other than a registered person, if the person is an unregistered person and supply is made to the same, in case address on record exists, then if the supplier is having the address of the recipient of the service, then it will be the location of the recipient, as per the records of the service supplier, and in any other case it will be the location of the supplier of service. The place of supply will be the location of supplier of service. So fundamentally here, the location of supplier, say location of supplier is in, say, Delhi, and place of supply is also the location of the supplier, that is in Delhi. In this case, it will be regarded as an intrastate supply. Here it will be regarded as an intrastate supply, and it will be subject to CGST plus SGST. Otherwise, in the first case, it can be inter or it can be an intrastate supply, and as per 12(2)(b) also, 12(2)(b)(1), it can be an interstate or intrastate supply. Then section 12 subsection 3, that is in relation to immovable property, services which are supplied directly in relation to immovable property. Now here the place of supply will be as a immovable property. We can see that immovable property, that is the location of the immovable property. It is location of immovable property. It is location of immovable property. Okay, it is the location of the immovable property. And in case if immovable property is located outside India, in case immovable property is located outside India, then the place of supply will be the location of the recipient. So fundamentally, services supplied, say, directly in relation to immovable property, in which we cover what? The services of architects, interior decorators, surveyors, engineers, and other related experts and estate agents. Then grants of right to use immovable property if immovable property is given on lease, or say carrying out or coordination of the construction work. Say in that case, the place of supply is the location of the immovable property, or where the immovable property is intended to be located. So architects, interior decorators, surveyors, engineers, and other related experts or real estate agents. Then in case supply is by way of lodging accommodation, it is by way of, say, lodging accommodation by a hotel, inn, guest house, homestay, club or campsite, by whatever name called, including houseboat or any other vessel. So it's by way of, say, lodging accommodation. You have, say, accommodation in a hotel, in a guest house, homestay, club or campsite by whatever name called, including houseboat or any other vessel. In this case, the place of supply will be also the location of the immovable property. So it's accommodation is provided in a hotel, in guest house, or say homestay, club or campsite. Similarly, or in a houseboat. And in case if services is by way of accommodation in an immovable property for organizing any marriage, or say reception or matters related thereto, official, social, cultural, religious or business functions, including services provided in relation to such function at such property. In this case also, the place of supply will be what? The location of that immovable property. And if services incidental to these services are there, then also the place of supply will be the location of the immovable property. Now, in case if the immovable property is say located outside India, if the immovable property is located outside India, then in that particular case, the place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient. In that case, the place of supply will be the location of the recipient. So here, and in case where the immovable property or boat or vessel is located in more than one state or union territory, where the immovable property or boat or vessel is located in more than one state or union territory, the supply of service shall be treated as provided in each of the states or respective, say, union territories, in proportion to the value of services separately collected or say determined in terms of contract or agreement entered into this regard, or in absence of such contract or agreement in accordance with the following rules. Now, what in accordance with the rules? Now, fundamentally, what the rules state is, I am just going through the rules. So, here, in case if services is by way of lodging accommodation, in say a hotel, in a guest house, club, or say campsite, or by whatever name called. And in case if that immovable property is a contiguous property, that is it is a contiguous and that is located in two or more, so it's a single property that is located in two or more contiguous states. So it's a single property attached, say it is in two or more states. In that particular circumstance, the supply of service shall be treated as being made in each of the respective states, in the proportion of the number of the nights stayed in such property. It will be made in each of the respective states on the basis of the number of nights which have been stayed, say in such property. If the single property located in two or more contiguous states, then we have to say divide it. If say we have to divide on the basis of the area. These are two or more contiguous states and it's a single property. In that case, we have to divide the same in area. So it is 1000 square meter here and 2000 square meter here, and 5000 rupees is charged for that particular hotel, so it will be made proportionately in 1:2 ratio. But in case if it is not a contiguous state, then on the not a contiguous state, then number of nights is spent. In that hotel. Then in case of other services, including say accommodation in any immovable property for say arranging or organizing any marriage, reception, etc., then here the supply of service shall be made in each of the state or union territory in proportion of the area. The same will be treated as made in each of the state or union territory in proportion of the area of the immovable property in each state or union territory. And if the accommodation is provided in a houseboat or say any other vessel, then it will be determined on the basis of say in each of the respective states or union territories on the basis of the time which has been spent in that boat or vessel. So fundamentally these rules have been made. This is rule 4 which has been made in this regard. Then we come to section 12. So fundamentally what is the place of supply? in relation to immovable property, it is the location of the immovable property or say vessel or boat. And in case where the immovable property is located outside India, the place of supply is location of recipient. As you are aware, recipient is in India. Now say XYZ Limited supplies architect services, or XYZ and company is supplying architect services to ABC Limited of Mumbai. ABC Limited of Mumbai. Air ABC Limited of Mumbai. Okay. In this particular circumstance, this immovable property is where? Is in Dubai. In this case, the immovable property is located outside India. The place of supply will be the location of recipient, where the recipient is located in Mumbai. So place of supply will be in this case in Mumbai. Then we come to what? Section 12.4. Section 12.4 is dealing with what? Restaurant and catering services, personal grooming services, fitness, beauty treatment, health services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. So it is basically personalized services. Here it is restaurant and catering services, services which are supplied to an individual. Basically these are what? The performance based services, that is restaurant and catering services. It is personal grooming, fitness, beauty treatment, health services including cosmetic and plastic surgery. So basically performance based services in relation to individuals are there. The place of supply will be the place where the services are say actually performed. Place of supply will be the place where the services are say actually performed. And in case, then next is in training and performance appraisal service. Section 12.5. Section 12.5, it is dealing with what? Services in relation to training and performance appraisal. It is services in relation to training and performance appraisal. So here, in case say if training and performance appraisal services is say supplied to Hindustan Unilever Limited, which is registered in say Maharashtra, and it has given the work of say training and performance appraisal to E&Y. E&Y is giving training and performance services, performance appraisal services of the employees of Hindustan Unilever Limited. So if the services are supplied to a registered person, the place of supply will be the location of such person. If services are supplied to a registered person, the place of supply will be what? The location of such person. And if services are supplied to a person other than a registered person, that is an unregistered person, then the place of supply will be what? The place where the services are actually performed. So if an E&Y is providing services to unregistered person and they are doing the training and performance appraisal say in Dehradun, then in that case the place of supply will be in Dehradun. But if training and performance appraisal services are supplied to a registered person and registered person in Maharashtra, though training and performance appraisal activity is carried out in Dehradun, the place of supply will be the location of the registered person. Then we come to what? Services by way of admission to. Now it is admission to any cultural event. It is admission to 12.6, that is dealing with admission to cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational, entertainment event or amusement park or any other place or services ancillary thereto. So that is dealing with what? Admission to the events. That is admission to the events. The place of supply is the place where the event is actually held or where the park or other place is located. Place of supply will be the place where the event is say actually held or such park or other place is say located. That will become the place of supply in such a case. That will become what? The place of supply. Okay. Next is in relation to organization of these events including sponsorship. So it is dealing with organization of events and sponsorship. So here, in case if any services are provided by way of, if any services provided by way of organization of cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, or say educational or entertainment event, organization of say cultural, artistic, sporting, scientific, educational or entertainment event, including supply of service, including say supply of service in relation to conference, fairs, exhibitions, celebrations or similar events. Or these are what? Services ancillary to organization of any of the events. Services ancillary to the organization of any of the events, or say assigning of the sponsorship. It is assigning of sponsorship to such events. Now, assigning of the sponsorship. Say Hindustan Unilever Limited is what? Assigning the sponsorships. So here, event manager is JJ Limited. JJ Limited is organizing an event, and sponsorship fees is provided, is paid by Hindustan Unilever Limited. So recipient of service is HUL in this particular case. That is to be remembered. So in case if the organization is there, or say services ancillary to the organization, and the same is provided to a registered person, the place of supply will be the location of such person. The place of supply will be the location of such person. Place of supply will be the location of such person. And in case the services are supplied to a person other than a registered person, and in case if event is held in India, the place of supply is what? The place where the event is held. The place of supply will be the place where the event is held. And in case if the event is held outside India, if event is held outside India, place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient. In case the event is held outside India, place of supply will be the location of the recipient. So thus where the event is held outside India, the place of supply is the location of the recipient. And in case if event is held in more than one state or union territory, then on the basis of generally accepted accounting principles, if separate contract value is not assigned to these states and the union territories, then we have to divide the value on the basis of what? Generally accepted accounting principles. We have to divide the value on the basis of the generally accepted accounting principles. So that is about what? The place of supply of services in relation to organization of the events, including say assignment of the sponsorships. Okay. Now, as per section 12.8, 12.8, that is dealing with what? The determination of place of supply of transportation of goods. Place of supply of transportation of goods. Services by way of say transportation of goods. Services by way of say transportation of goods, including say mail or courier. Services of by way of say transportation of goods, including mail or courier. In case the same is supplied to a registered person. If it is supplied to say a registered person, it will be the location of such person. If services are supplied to a registered person, it will be the location of such person. And in case if services are these goods transport services, they are supplied to an unregistered person, then where the goods have been handed over for their transportation. So where the goods have been handed over for their transportation will be the place of supply. So services by way of transportation of goods, including mail or courier, it will be, if the same is supplied to a registered person, it will be the location of such person. If it is a person other than a registered person, it will be the location at which the goods are handed over for their transportation. And where the transportation of goods is to a place outside India, the place of supply will be what? The destination of such goods. Now 12.9, it is dealing with what? Passenger transportation services. And in case of passenger transportation services also, in case of passenger transportation services also, in case of passenger transportation services, if these services are supplied to a registered person, if these services are supplied to a registered person, the place of supply will be the location of such person. If these services are supplied to a registered person, the place of supply will be what? The location of such person. Then, in case if the services are supplied to a person other than a registered person, if services are supplied to a person other than a registered person, the place of supply is what? The place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Where will be the place of supply? Place of supply will be the place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Place of supply will be the place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. And in case we have booked a open ticket, right of passage is given for future use, where the person can embark at any of the place, wherever he likes. Then in case if right to passage is given for future use and point of embarkation is not known, point of embarkation is not known at the time of issue of right to passage. Point of embarkation is not known at the time of issue of right to passage. Then in case if services are supplied to a registered person, it will be the location of such person. And if services are supplied to an unregistered person, and if address on record exists of that unregistered person. In the books of supplier of service, if supplier of service is having address on record, then in that particular circumstance, the place of supply will be the location of the recipient. And in any other case, the place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier of service. The place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier of the services. Then here, continuous journey means basically where a single ticket is issued, or say for one or more tickets is issued at the same time by the agent acting on behalf of more than one, say, service suppliers. So here that is basically a continuous journey which involves no stopover. But in this particular case, here the onward journey, return journey, and the outward journey and the return journey, the same will be treated as what? Separate. Outward journey and return journey, the same will be treated as what? Separate. Okay. So that is about the passenger transportation services. If it is provided to a registered person, it is the location of such person. In case provided to an unregistered person, when place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for continuous journey, and in case the place of embarkation is not known at the time right of passage has been given, then in that case, if his address exists on the records of the supplier, then that will be the location of the recipient, and address does not exist, in that case location of the supplier of the services. Then 12 is services provided on board a conveyance. 1210 is what? 1210 is services provided on board a conveyance, including say a vessel, aircraft, train or a motor vehicle. If any services are supplied on board a conveyance, so if passenger is traveling in a aircraft and he demands movie to be run for which charges are charged, so in that case what will be the place of supply? So place of supply in that case is not the place in air where he is demanding the movie, but the thing is the place of supply is the place, it is the location of the first scheduled departure of that conveyance for journey. So services on board a conveyance, including a vessel, aircraft, train or a motor vehicle, location of the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. It is the first scheduled point of departure of that conveyance for the journey. Then we come to what? 1211. 1211 it is dealing with what? Telecommunication services. 1211 is dealing with the telecommunication services. So place of supply of telecommunication services. Now here we will be having, the services which are provided through fixed telecommunication lines, or it is in case of mobile connection, internet services, prepaid, postpaid. These services will be what? Covering here. So telecommunication services. Telecommunication services including say data transfer, broadcasting, cable, DTH, इसको लगा डाला तो जिंगा डाला, that is direct to home television services, DTH, okay, and these services, if these have been supplied, now here, in case these services are supplied through fixed communication lines or leased circuits or internet leased circuit, cable or dish antenna, in case services are supplied by fixed telecommunication lines, leased circuit, internet leased circuit, cable or dish antenna, then where the place of supply will be? The location where the telecommunication line, leased circuit, cable connection, dish or say antenna is installed. Okay, that will basically become the place of supply. And further, in case leased circuit is installed in say more than one state or union territory, if leased circuit is installed in more than one state or union territory, and as per the contract we cannot separately determine the value. If you can determine the value as per the contract separately for each state or union territory, then it doesn't matter. The place of supply will be what? The each such state and union territory, and the valuation will be as per the contract. But in case if you cannot determine the value separately for each of the states or union territories, in that case here the supply will be as per the rules, will be determining the value, and here the number of points in leased circuits, number of points in leased circuit will be the basis of division. So number of points in a circuit, the same will be the basis of division. So in case of circuit between 2 points of places, the starting point or the place of the circuit and the ending point of the place of circuit will invariably constitute say 2 points. And in case if any intermediate point or place of circuit will also constitute a point, provided benefit of the leased circuit is also available at the intermediate point. So on the basis of the number of points we will be dividing that value of supply. Then in case of mobile connection for telecommunication, or internet services which are provided on post-paid basis, if the same has been provided on what? Post-paid basis. What will be the place of supply? Post-paid mobile connection, it will be the location of the billing address. It is the location of the billing address of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier of service. It is the location of billing address of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier of service. Then in case where the mobile connection for telecommunication, if mobile connection for telecommunication, internet service or direct to home service, they are provided on prepaid basis. It is prepaid vouchers. Prepaid vouchers are there for mobile or say mobile connection for telecommunication, internet or direct to home services. And these prepaid vouchers, if they are sold through a selling agent, say selling agent or a reseller or a distributor of SIM card or recharge voucher. So if they are sold through a selling agent or reseller or a distributor of SIM card or a recharge voucher, so here what will the place of supply? It will be the address of the selling agent, reseller or distributor as per the records of the supplier at the time of supply. So if they are sold through a selling agent or say reseller or distributor of subscribe SIM card or recharge vouchers, it will be the address of the selling agent or reseller or distributor as per the records of the supplier at the time of supply. And in case if they are sold by any other person to the final subscriber, so where will be the place of supply? The place of supply is what? The place where such prepayment is received, or so where such vouchers are sold, where the prepayment is received or where the vouchers are sold. And say if prepaid vouchers, it is sold through internet banking or other electronic mode of payment. So prepaid services availed or the recharge is made through internet banking or other electronic mode of payment. It will be the location of recipient of service. Place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of service as per the records of the supplier of service. Place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of service as per the records of the supplier of service. And in any other cases, what will be the place of supply? If address on record exists, it will be what? The address of the recipient. And in case if address on record does not exist, place of supply will be what? The place of location of the supplier of service. It will be location of what? The supplier of service in such a case. Last resort will be what? The location of the supplier of service. Okay. So here we have seen that where the address of the recipient as per records of supplier is not available, place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier of service. So this was relating to telecommunication services. So those which are provided through fixed lines, it is a place where the fixed line is installed. Then for receipt of the service, postpaid mobile connection, billing address. Then prepaid mobile connection sold through selling agents, resellers or distributors. Then it is the address of those selling agents. Otherwise, in other case where the payment is prepayment is received, if they have been sold through internet banking, then in that particular circumstance, location of the recipient of service as per the records of the supplier of service. Next come to what? 12.12. 12.12 is banking and other financial services, including say stock broking service. It is banking and other financial services, including say stock broking services. So here banking and other financial services, including stock broking service, what will be the place of supply? Place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier. Banking and other financial services, including say stock broking service, what will be the place of supply? Place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of service as per the records of the supplier. And in case if location of the recipient of service is not on the records of the supplier, then it will be what? The place of supply will be the location of the supplier of service. Place of supply will be the location of the supplier of service. Relating to insurance services, if they are provided to a registered person, insurance services provided to a registered person, it will be the location of such person. It is the location of the person. And if the services are supplied to a person other than registered person, it will be the location of the recipient of service. It will be the location of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier of service. It will be the location of the recipient of service on the records of the supplier of service. Besides this, in case of advertisement services which have been provided to the central government, state government, union territory, or say statutory body or say local authority, place of supply shall be in each of the respective states or the union territory. And value of such supply is specific to each state or union territory. Either it will be made proportionate on the basis of the contract, and in absence of contract in accordance with the other agreement, other rules as may be say prescribed. That is what here say if advertisement is in say newspapers and publications, so here it will be the all the editions of newspapers and say publications which are published in each of the state or the union territories. Amount payable for publishing an advertisement in all the editions of newspapers, that will be the basis. Then for advertisement through say printed material like pamphlets, leaflets, calendars, t-shirts, etc., here the amount payable for distribution of specific number of material, that is specific number of materials say in each such state or union territory. In case of hoardings, in case of say hoardings other than hoardings on train, what is the amount payable for hoardings located in each state or union territory? Advertisement on trains, that will be amount attributable to each state or union territory will be calculated in the ratio of the length of the railway track. It is on the ratio of the length of the railway track in each state or union territory. Then advertisement on back of the utility bills of oil and gas companies. So it will be amount payable to each state or union territory for advertisement on bill pertaining to consumers having billing address. It will be number of consumers having billing address in each of the state or union territory. Then advertisement on railway tickets, it will be amount attributable to each state or union territory is to be allocated in the ratio of the number of railway stations. It will be on the basis of what? Number of railway stations. Relating to advertisement on radio stations, that is what amount payable to such radio station by virtue of say in its name or part, virtue of its part in each of the state or union territory. Similarly, advertisement on television channel, it will be on the number of the viewership and viewership figures of the last week of the quarter, which are published by BARC for calculating viewership of the succeeding quarter. Last week of say, quarter, these viewership figures are taken, and if viewership figures of June is available consisting of more than one state or say union territory, in that case that will be made proportionate in the ratio of population. It will be made proportionate in the ratio of population of those states or union territories. Ratio of population of those states or union territories as per the latest census. Then advertisement in cinema hall. Advertisement in cinema hall, that is amount payable to cinema hall or screens. Amount payable to cinema hall or screens in multiplex in each of the state or union territory. What is amount advertisement in cinema halls? It is amount payable to cinema halls or screens in multiplex in each state or say union territory. Advertisement on internet, that is on the basis of the internet subscribers. Here last quarter of financial year as published by TRI, the same will be used for calculating the subscribers for the succeeding financial year. And that, here also, if it is for June, then in that particular circumstance, on the basis of the population, the figures will be arrived. Advertisement on, say, SMS also, here it is also on the basis of the telecom subscribers, and last quarter figures will be used for the succeeding quarter. Here also on the basis of say if they are for states or zones, then in that case on the basis of population the same is to be made proportionate. So that is in relation to what the advertisement services. This we have already discussed relating to what how you will be apportioning the value of say immovable property in case if it is services by way of lodging of accommodation in say hotel, in guest house and ancillary services. Other than what cases where property is a single property located in two or more contiguous states or union territories. That will be on the basis of number of nights spent. But in case if it is a single property in two or more states or union territories, contiguous states, on the basis of the area of the immovable property lying in each state or union territory. In case of lodging accommodation by houseboat or vessel and its ancillary services, it is about the time spent by the boat or vessel. Time spent by the boat or vessel in each such state or union territory. Then comes to what? Organization of the event, ancillary services there too. In case they are located in more than say one state or union territory, on the basis of the generally accepted accounting principles, proportionate value will be say determined. This way, section 12 basically is dealing with what? Determination of the place of supply. Relating to lease circuit, we have already done on the basis of number of points lying in state or circuit points lying in state or union territory. For circuit points between two places or 2 points, starting point and the place of circuit and end point of the place of circuit will constitute 2 points. Intermediate point in any place or circuit will also constitute a point in case if the circuit say benefit has been availed from such lease service, which we have already discussed. So this was all about section 12. Section 12 is dealing with determination of what? The place of supply of services. Now we start section 13. Section 13 basically is dealing with the provisions relating to determination of place of supply, where location of supplier, either the location of supplier is outside the taxable territory or location of recipient is outside the taxable territory. So when one of the persons is outside the taxable territory, then the place of supply will be determined as per the provisions of section 13. So this is basically dealing with the cross border transaction of services. That is, it is dealing with import or say export aspects. So section 13 is place of supply of service where location of supplier or location of recipient is outside India. So here, in case if service provider is in India, service recipient is outside India, or service recipient is in India, service provider is say outside India. So that is cross-border transaction of services section 13 is dealing. So section 13 subsection 1 provides for the applicability. So the provisions of section 13 applies to determine the place of supply where the location of the supplier of service or location of say recipient of service is outside India. Then only either supplier or say recipient is outside India, then section 13 is say applicable. Now let us see what section 13 provides is what general provisions or say we can say residuary rule or say default rule. Here the place of supply of the services which are not covered in the specific provisions of some section 13.3 to section 13.13. It will be the location of the recipient of service. Here also the place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of service. And in case if location of recipient of service is not available in ordinary course of business, if location of the recipient of service, the same is not available in the ordinary course of business, in that case what will be the place of supply? In that case the place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier of services. In that case the place of supply will be the location of the supplier of services in such a case. So here, now let us come to the specific provisions. Now we come to what the specific provisions, what section 13.13 is. Section 13.3 is what? Performance based services. So it is in relation to the goods and it is in relation to what? Individuals. So here, if any services are supplied, say I am the service recipient, I give my goods for say repairs and maintenance to the service supplier. Now the service supplier is supplying the services on the goods which are made available by me to the service supplier. Goods are available by the service recipient to the service supplier on which performance is carried out. So the place of supply in such case will be the place where the services are say actually performed. So services which are supplied in respect of goods, services which are supplied in respect of goods which are required to be made physically available by whom? By the recipient of service. So here the recipient of service is making the goods available to the supplier of service on which services are say performed by the service supplier or by any other person acting on behalf of the service supplier, by the service supplier or by any other person who is acting on behalf of the service supplier. In that case, what will be the place of supply? The place of supply will be the place where the services are say actually performed. What will be the place of supply? The place of supply will be the place where the services are say actually performed. Now here, in case if services are provided from a remote location by way of electronic means, if services are provided by way of say remote location by way of say electronic means, then what will be the place of supply? The location of the goods. It is the location of the goods, where the goods are situated at a time of supply of service, where the goods are situated at a time of supply of service. Here, non-applicability of rule section 13 3A, this is non-applicability, where place of supply will be determined as per 13.2 only. 13.2 will be the basis for determination of place of supply. So fundamentally, in case the goods are temporarily imported into India, if the goods are temporarily imported into India for say repairs, or say any other treatment or process, goods are temporarily imported into India for repairs or for say any other treatment or process, and they are exported after such repairs or treatment or process. They are exported after such repairs or treatment or process without being put to use, without being put to any use in India, other than which is required for such repairs, treatment or process. So services supplied in respect of goods, services which are supplied in respect of goods, which are say temporarily imported into India for repairs or for treatment or process, and they are exported after such repairs, treatment or process without being put to use in India, other than what is required for such repairs, treatment or process. So here the provisions of section 13.3A will not be applicable, and place of supply will be determined as per section 13.2. Provisions of 13.3A, the same will not be applicable, and the place of supply will be determined as per the provisions of section 13.2. Okay. Then what further it has been provided that 13.3b, it is stating what that in case services they are supplied, services are say supplied to an individual. Now performance based services in respect of individual, that is say beauty treatment, cosmetic and plastic surgery, health services, healthcare services, etc. So services are supplied to an individual represented either as recipient of service or person who is acting on behalf of recipient of service, which require what? The physical presence of the recipient or the person acting on his behalf. So where physical presence of the recipient is must be there. So in this particular case, the place of supply will be what? The place of supply will be determined as per the provisions of section where the performance takes place. Where the performance takes place, that will basically become the place of supply. Then here further it has been stated that as per section 13.6, if the services they are supplied at more than one location, as per section 13.6, if services they are supplied at more than one location, here if services are supplied, these are performance based services, and they are supplied at more than one location, including say location in the taxable territory, then in that particular circumstance the place of supply will be what? The location of the taxable territory. And in case if services are supplied in say more than one state or union territory, if services are supplied in more than one state or union territory, then the place of supply will be in each such state or union territory, depending upon the valuation as per the contract. And in absence of contract, the value will be made apportioned as under. Say in case if services are supplied on same goods, if services are supplied on same goods, say if a certification is to be given and of that dredging, say dredgers are there, for that certification is given, is to be given by the service supplier, which is which takes place, this testing takes place in the various states. Then here on the same goods, then equally dividing the value of service in each of the state or union territory where the service is performed. In that case, the value will be divided equally. And in case if services are supplied on different goods, if services are supplied on different goods, then the valuation will be on the base, then the division will be on the basis of the invoice value. So we are considering the ratio of the invoice value of the goods in each state or union territory. Then in case if services are supplied to an individual, then on the basis of say generally accepted accounting principles. If services are supplied to an individual on the basis of, say, generally accepted accounting principles, here the valuation will be made. Then we come to what? Services in relation to the immovable property, where the place of supply will be 13.4 states what? Services in relation to immovable property. So we have what will be the place of supply in case of services which are in relation to immovable property, where the immovable property is located or say intended to be located. So here services supplied directly in relation to an immovable property. Services supplied directly in relation to an immovable property, including services supplied in this regard by experts and real estate agents. By experts and estate agents. Supply of accommodation by a hotel, inn, guest house, club or campsite, by whatever name called. Grants of right to use immovable property. Services for carrying out, say, coordination or of construction work, including that of architects and interior decorators. So in case the services are supplied directly in relation to an immovable property, what will be the place of supply? The place of supply will be the place where the immovable property is located or say intended to be located. Place of supply will be the place where the immovable property is located or say intended to be located. Now here, if the immovable property is located in more than one state, say in more than one country, including location in taxable territory, the place of supply will be the location of the taxable territory. And in case of more than one state or union territory, then in that case, the value will be made proportionate in accordance with the contract, and in absence of the contract, in accordance with the rules. Rules we have already discussed. The same rule which we have discussed there, rule 4 in section 12 will be applicable here also. That is on the basis of, say, number of nights spent or in the basis of the area. That way we have to make the value proportionate. Then section 13.5, that is, say, services supplied in relation to events. Here both admission is covered as well as organization is covered. Separate provisions are not there. So admission and organization of events. So in case if any services are supplied by admission to or say organization of any cultural event, artistic event, sporting event, scientific or educational or entertainment event, or celebration, conference, fairs, exhibitions or similar events, and services ancillary to admission or organization, or services ancillary to admission or organization. What will be the place of supply? Place of supply will be the place where the event is, say, actually held. It is the place where the event is, say, actually held. Place of supply will be the place where the event is, say, actually held. Okay. In this case, even held outside India, the place of supply will be outside India. If event is held in India, place of supply will be in India. Then what section 13.6 further provides is, so if in case, as we have already discussed, if 13.3 or 13.4 or 13.5 services, they are held, they are, say, taking place at more than one location, including one location in taxable territory, the place of supply will be what? The location in the taxable territory. According to 13.7, where any services, that is 13.3, 13.4 or 13.5, they are supplied, they are basically supplied in more than one state or union territory, then the place of supply will be taken in each such state or union territory, and the value will be made proportionate as per the contract, and in absence of the contract in accordance with the rules. We have already seen these rules. So here services directly in relation to immovable property, the value will be made proportionate in the same manner as we have discussed in rule 4 under 12.3. Relating to admission or say organization of the events as per the generally accepted accounting principles, the value will be made, say, proportionate. Then we come to what? Section 13.8. 13.8, it is dealing with specified services. Here which services are covered? Here banking services, intermediary services, and hiring of means of transport. Hiring of means of transport. These services are covered. So, which services are covered? These services basically are covered here. Let us see now services which are supplied by a banking company, services supplied by a banking company or a financial institution or NBFC. Services supplied by a banking company or financial institution or NBFC to account holders. What will be the place of supply? The location of the supplier of services. So it will be the location of the supplier of the services. Then in case of intermediary services, in case of say intermediary services, it will be the location of the supplier of services. Here also the place of supply is the location of the supplier of services. And in case if it is services consisting of hiring of means of transport including yacht, but excluding vessels or aircraft. For vessels or aircraft, the place of supply will be determined as per 13.2. It will be determined as per 13.2. So here this means of transport is given on hire up to a period of 1 month. If it is up to a period of 1 month, so we can say if means of transport is given on hire up to a period of 1 month, the place of supply will be what? The location of the supplier of service. So let us, we can say, make this chart here further. Say this is place of supply, say of hiring of means of transport. Say it is vessel or aircraft. It will be as per section 13.2. Most probably it will be the location of recipient, because is to person who is we are giving on hire, we generally know the address, his address to whom vessel or aircraft is given on hire. Other means of transport, including yacht, it is say up to a period of 1 month. It will be the location of supplier. More than 1 month, it will be as per the provisions of section 13.2. So here what they are saying is services which are supplied by a banking company, services supplied by a banking company or a financial institution or NBFC to account holders, the place of supply will be the location of the supplier of service. Relating to intermediary services, intermediaries basically they are the brokers, agents or any other person by whatever name called. They are arranging or facilitating the supply of goods or services or securities between two or more persons. So they are share brokers, travel agents, these are tour operators, they are covered. But they do not include any person. They do not include any person who supply these goods or services on his own account. That person is not included. So here the place of supply in case of intermediary services also will be the location of the supplier of such service. Similarly, services consisting of hiring of means of transport including yacht but excluding say aircrafts and vessels up to a period of 1 month, the place of supply will be the location of the supplier of service. Then in case of passenger transportation services, place of supply will be the place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for a continuous journey. Where will be the place of supply of passenger transportation service? The place of supply of passenger transportation service will be the place where the passenger embarks on the conveyance for continuous service. Then in case if any services are provided on board a conveyance, if services are provided on board a conveyance during passenger transportation operations, including services intended to be say wholly or substantially consumed while on board, what will be the place of supply? Place of supply in such case will be the first scheduled departure point of conveyance. Place of supply will be the first scheduled departure point of the conveyance. Now relating to section 13.12, this is what online information database access and retrieval services. So what is the place of supply of OIDR services? The place of supply of online information database access and retrieval services, it is the location of the recipient of service. The place of supply is the location of recipient of service. Now, what do you mean by what? Online information database access and retrieval service. So basically, this is a OIDR service, online information database access and retrieval service. It is what? It is service which is online, basically, which is mediated by information technology. Human intervention is not involved. The same is mediated by the information technology, and human intervention here is not involved. So it is through internet or say other electronic means. So fundamentally, OIDR service means any service. OIDR service means any service whose delivery is mediated by information technology over the internet or say on an electronic network, and the nature of which essentially renders their supply automated, involving minimal human intervention, and is impossible to ensure. So the services will not be regarded as OIDR services if the same can be supplied other than through information technology. So which are the OIDR services? That is advertisement on internet, cloud services, provision of e-books, movie, music, software and other intangibles through telecommunication networks or internet, providing information, data or information. It may be retrievable or otherwise to any person in electronic form through computer network, supply of digital content, say movies, television shows, music and the like, digital data, online gaming. These are what that is the online information and database and access and retrieval services. Now here we are saying the place of supply is what? The place of supply is the location of the recipient in case of OIDR services. Now the person who is receiving the service, the person who is receiving this OIDR services, he will be deemed to be located in the taxable territory. He will be deemed to be located in the taxable territory if he satisfies any of the following two non-contradictory conditions. In case he satisfies what? Any of the following two non-contradictory conditions, in that case, he will be deemed to be located in the taxable territory. So fundamentally, the location of the address, whatever address he is presented by the recipient, whatever address is presented by the recipient of service through internet, it is in taxable territory. Whatever address he is stating is in the taxable territory. Or the credit card, debit card, store value card or other charge card or smart card or any other card which by which the recipient makes the payment, the same must be issued in the taxable territory. That is, the credit card, debit card, store value card or other charge card is being issued in the taxable territory by which payment is settled. The billing address of the recipient of service is in the taxable territory. The IP address of the device used by recipient of service is in the taxable territory. The billing address or the IP address that is in the taxable territory. The bank of the recipient of service in which account is used for making for payment is in the taxable territory. The country code or say of the SIM card used by the recipient of service is in the taxable territory, or fixed landline through which service is received by the recipient is what we are in the taxable territory. So out of the 7, if 2 of the non-contradictory conditions are satisfied, now here the same will be, recipient will be regarded here in the taxable territory. Beside this, what section 14 makes a special provisions. If say online information database access and retrieval services, they are supplied by a person located where? In non-taxable territory. They are supplied by a person located in non-taxable territory to non-taxable online recipient, that is non-business users in India, import is by these non-business users in India, it will be taxable under forward charge mechanism. The same will be taxable under forward charge mechanism, and the supplier of OIDR service, is liable to pay GST, They have to say appoint any person in India, they have to obtain a registration, they have to appoint any person in India. They are liable to pay GST, they have to appoint any person in India, okay, and then they will be required to pay GST on the same. And here the supplier is liable to pay GST, and simplified registration procedure is there, that has been provided in section 14. But in case it's for non-business user, if OIDR services, they are supplied to say non-business users, it's supplied to non-business, say business users, then it is taxable under reverse charge mechanism. These business users are registered under GST, they will be required to pay tax under say reverse charge mechanism. Then section 13 provides for what? In order to prevent double taxation or say non-taxation of say supply of services, or for uniform application of the rules, the government, they can notify any description of services where the place of supply will be what? The place of say enjoyment, that is effective use or enjoyment of service. Now here they have said that the place of supply of say research and development services, relating to pharmaceutical sector, where the services are supplied by a person located in taxable territory to a person who is located where? In the non-taxable territory, the place of supply will be the location of the recipient of service. Here it will be the place of supply will be what? The location of the recipient of services. Similarly, a further notification has been issued relating to determination of place of supply in respect of say maintenance, repair or overhaul services. In respect of aircraft engines, or say other aircraft components or parts supplied to a person for use in course or furtherance of say business, and for vessels also. So in that case, the place of supply is what? The location of the recipient of service. These circulars have been issued in this regard. So fundamentally, section 13 is applicable. First and foremost point which you have to see is when section 13 is applicable. Section 13 applies when the supplier is say outside India or say recipient is outside India. One person is outside India, other person is in India, then only the provisions of section 13 will be applicable. If both the service supplier and both the recipient are in India, then section 12 applies. If service supplier and service recipient both are outside India, then also section 13 will be applicable. Otherwise, when service supplier and service recipient is outside India and place of supply is in taxable territory, in that case, that services have been made exempt. We have discussed in the last chapter. So this was all about how you will be determining the place of supply of services. Section 12, section 13, we have discussed, and we have also discussed the special provisions which have been there in respect of section 14. So this is all about what? Determination of place of supply. It's very important to judge whether supply is an interstate supply or say it's an intrastate supply. Now we'll be starting our next chapter, that is export and import under GST. So basically here export of goods and services, it is coming under the ambit of say zero rated supply. It is coming under the ambit of zero rated supply. Basically here goods or services, they can be exported without payment of IGST. They can be exported without payment of IGST under bond or LUT. They can be exported without payment of IGST under bond or LUT, and whatever input or input services are used for export goods, we can claim the refund of the tax so paid. Can be claimed. We can claim refund of the tax so paid can be claimed here in relation to input and input services. We can claim the ITC also, or goods and services. Here they can be exported on payment of IGST, and we can claim the refund of the IGST so paid. In relation to import of services, say import of goods, it is deemed interstate supply. It is deemed interstate supply. And here IGST is levied. It is deemed interstate supply and IGST is levied on the same. In case of, say, under section 5, read with section 7, it's a deemed interstate supply of IGST Act, and under section 3(7) of Custom Tariff Act 1975, IGST is levied. Here also import of goods as well as services is deemed interstate supply. In respect of import of services, IGST is levied under RCM. That is, the importer of service is liable to pay GST under RCM, except in case of OIDR services. Except OI, Online Information Database Access Retrieval Services, which is provided to non-taxable online recipients, that is non-user, business user, forward charge mechanism is there. So this we will be discussing here, import and export. Let us begin. What export means? Export means what? Taking goods out of India to a place outside India. Taking goods out of India to a place outside India, that is export. And here it has been provided that supply of goods where the supplier is located in India, supply of goods where the supplier is located in India and place of supply is outside India, it is deemed to be an interstate supply. Now here exports are zero rated. We will get the refund of taxes. We will export the goods on payment of IGST and we can claim the refund. We can export the goods. We can export the goods under bond or LUT. We can export the goods under, say, bond or LUT without payment of IGST, and we can claim the refund of the, say, unutilized ITC. Now here, no refund shall be allowed. Remember, this is an important aspect. If goods are subject to export duty, if goods are subject to export duty, then the refund will not be admissible. If goods are subject to export duty, refund will not be admissible. And if duty drawback is claimed of GST, then also refund is not admissible. Now what will be the procedure here? What is basically provided in rule 96A or 96. 96 is basically refund of the integrated tax. 96 is basically what? Refund of integrated tax which has been paid on goods exported out of India. Refund of the integrated tax paid on, say, goods which have been, say, exported out of India. Now here, the shipping bill will constitute claim for refund. No separate refund application is filed. No separate refund application is to be filed in case of goods. Here the shipping bill or bill of export. Shipping bill or bill of export will itself constitute the claim for refund. Now fundamentally here the details will be given in export manifest or say export report or departure manifest of the goods which have been exported through these shipping bills. So the person in charge of the conveyance will file the departure manifest, export manifest or export report when he is leaving India. They will be giving the number and date of shipping bills in the this departure manifest or export manifest. And here the applicant is required to file valid GSTR 3B return. He is required to file valid GSTR 3B return. And in case there is a mismatch between, say, GSTR 1, that is statement of outward supply, and shipping bill, if there is a mismatch, then refund will be granted only when such mismatch is rectified. Only when such mismatch is, say, rectified. Then the details of the export invoices will be transmitted electronically to the ICE gate. Details of the export invoices will be transmitted electronically to the ICE gate, and then ICE gate is the customs portal. And here the ICE gate will verify, and in that particular circumstance, here the refund claim will be processed. And after export has been verified, and the same will be credited to the bank account of the applicant. Same will be credited where? To the bank account of the applicant. Then in case if GSTR 1 due date is extended, if GSTR 1 due date is extended, you can upload the details of table 6A relating to exports after filing your GSTR 3B. Then in case if the GST officer finds that the refund claim is not admissible, then he can withhold the refund. Cases where the refund can be withheld, basically when the GST officer finds that the refund is not admissible, GST officer or say custom officer or say commissioner in board, then here intimation will be given of withholding of the refund, and the transmission of refund claim will be made to the proper officer on withholding, whether it's by withholding is by the custom officer or whether it is what? By the GST officer. The refund claim will be transmitted, to the GST officer, and the provisions of Rule 89. The provisions of Rule 89 will apply on, say, transmission of such refund claim. Provisions of Rule 89 will apply. And sanction of refund, sanction of the withheld refund and passing of the refund order will be made by the officer after due verification. And in case of Bhutan exports, the refund amount will be credited to the government of Bhutan. In case of Bhutan exports, the refund amount will be credited to the government of Bhutan. Okay, because of the treaty, refund is not granted to the exporter. Then refund form in respect of services. Here, separate application is to be made in form GST RFD 01 for claiming refund of tax which has been paid in respect of the services. Then in relation to export of goods or services under bond or LUT, so here also the concerned person will be required to furnish a bond. He will be required to furnish a bond, or he will be required to furnish a LUT in respect of export of goods and services. He will be required to furnish a bond, or he will be required to furnish a LUT in respect of goods or services, in which he will be giving a declaration that in case if the goods are not exported, say goods are not exported out of India after expiry of 3 months from the date of export invoice. If the goods are not exported within, say after the expiry of 3 months from the date of invoice, then within 15 days of the said period, within 15 days after the expiry of 3 months, that whatever amount of GST will be recovered along with interest. Similarly, if payment in respect of services is not received by the exporter, payment in respect of services is not received by the exporter in convertible foreign exchange, or say in Indian rupees, wherever permitted by the RBI, within say 1 year from the date of invoice, then within 15 days after the expiry of 1 year, the said amount will be say recovered. Okay, the amount of whatever amount of export has been made under bond, the tax amount along with the interest will be say recovered. Rest details remain same. The details of the export invoices, they will be electronically transmitted to the ICE gate, and if the due date of GSTR1 is extended, then we can give the details of table 6A can be uploaded after filing GSTR 3B for the relevant period. Then if export proceeds are not realized within the time limit, then they can recover the bond amount in case of failure of export goods within the specified time. So in case where the goods are not exported within the time specified, the registered person will pay the amount mentioned in the bond, and after payment of the said amount, the export without payment of bond or LUT will be what? Restored. Until and unless you do not pay, you will not be allowed to export the goods, say without payment of duty under bond or LUT. Then here, the bond, LUT will be allowed instead of furnishing the bond. But in case, if concerned person is charged with duty evasion cases, concerned person is charged with what? Duty evasion cases exceeding rupees 250 lakhs. Exceeding what? 250 lakhs. Then he has to furnish bond, cannot export under LUT. So basically all registered person will be required to furnish bond instead of LUT where they have been prosecuted for an amount exceeding rupees what? Evasion amount exceeding rupees say 250 lakhs. Then if export proceeds are not realized within the time limit, then the whatever refund has been granted to you of the GST so paid or refund of the ITC so paid will be recovered if the export proceeds are not realized within the time limit of FEMA. Okay? This is you must understand. However, this recovery will not be made. This recovery will not be made in case RBI waives of the requirement of realization of sale proceeds. If RBI waives of the requirement of realization of sale proceeds, then this recovery will not be made. And on subsequently, if you realize the amount within the time limit under FEMA, you realize the amount subsequently within the time limit under FEMA, within 3 months from date of realization, you give the evidence. Within 3 months from the date of realization, you give the evidence to the concerned officer. Whatever amount is recovered from you, whatever amount is, say, recovered from you will be, say, repaid. Okay? Then what is deemed exports? Basically, section 147 provides for deemed exports. Deemed exports are supplies. Basically, they are notified. The goods do not leave India. The goods do not leave India. And such goods are, say, manufactured in India, and payment of such goods is received in Indian rupees or, say, convertible foreign exchange. Payment of such goods is received in Indian rupees or, say, convertible foreign exchange. Say, in case the goods are supplied to, say, 100% EOU, EPCG license holders, advance authorization, duty-free import authorization license holders, they are regarded as what? Deemed exports. We will discuss the same in FEMA also. We will discuss the same in FEMA. Okay, these are what? Deemed exports. In case of deemed exports, the recipient of deemed exports can claim refund or claim ITC. Here the recipient of deemed exports, he can claim refund, he can claim ITC. In case supplier will be entitled to get refund, supplier will be entitled to get refund only when disclaimer is received from the recipient. Only when, say, disclaimer is received from the recipient. Now, basically, supply of service, when supplier is, say, located in India and place of supply of service is outside India. When supply is located in India and place of supply of service outside India, it is a deemed interstate supply, which is subject to, say, IGST. And if services are supplied by establishment of a person in India to its own establishment outside India, we have seen the same will be what? Exempt from GST. Same will be what? Exempt from GST. Now, what is export of services? This is a very, very important topic. Section 26 of the IGST Act provides for export of services. So, basically, what export of services means? Export of service means supply of any service. Here, say, supplier is in India. Recipient is in US. And it's not a part of the, not merely a part of, say, distinct persons. It should be a separate person, not merely an establishment. And here place of supply must be what? Outside India. Place of supply must be outside India. And payment is received. Payment is received in convertible foreign exchange. The export of service means what? Supply of any service. Export of service means what? Supply of any service where supplier of service is located in India. Then recipient is say located outside India. Place of supply of service must be outside India. Payment for such service must be received in say foreign exchange, convertible foreign exchange, or Indian rupees when permitted by the RBI. And the supplier of service and recipient of service, they are not merely the establishment of distinct persons. Then it is covered under the ambit of export of service. Now basically here say this is supplier is in India, this is recipient, place of supply of services say outside India, payment is received in convertible foreign exchange or say Indian rupees when permitted by RBI. Indian rupees when permitted by RBI. And supplier and recipient are not merely establishment of distinct persons, are not merely establishment of say distinct person. Okay. Now here next topic is zero rated supplies. Basically what zero rated supply means? Zero rated supply means export of goods and or services, or say supply of goods and or services for authorized operations to SEZ unit or SEZ developer. So zero rated supply basically is export of goods and or services or supply of goods and or services to for authorized operations to SEZ unit or SEZ developer. That is basically zero rated supply. Exempt supply basically it is only exempt from GST. Then nil rated and say non-taxable supply. That is basically exempt supply. Exempt supply means supply of any goods or services or both which attracts what? Nil rate of tax, or which is say wholly exempt and includes a non-taxable supply. Then in case of zero rated supply, no taxes levied on outward supply. Input supplies are tax free in form that ITC is admissible, which can be say claimed as refund. In case of exempt supplies, no tax is levied on the outward supplies, but you won't be entitled to avail say ITC. ITC cannot be taken. If you are already taken, in case of exempt supplies, same is to be reversed. In case of zero rated supplies, you can claim ITC. ITC is allowed in case of zero rated supply. We can claim refund also. Then here, the value of zero rated supply, the same is added for along with the taxable supplies for apportionment of ITC. That is common credit apportionment. Whereas value of exempt supplies for apportionment of ITC shall be included in the exempt supplies basically, and it will include supplies on which tax is payable under RCM, transactions in securities and sale of land or building. This will be discussed by us in ITC chapter, don't worry about it. Then registration as such, in case of you are exclusively engaged in exempt supplies, you need not get any registration, you need not obtain registration. If a person is engaged in making say zero rated supplies, if a person is engaged in making say zero rated supplies, have to register as refund of unutilized ITC or IGC paid have to be say claimed. In case of zero rated supply, normal tax invoice is required. Normal tax invoice is required. Okay. A registered person supplying exempted goods or services shall issue say a tax invoice. Instead of say, they will not be issuing a bill, tax invoice, they will be issuing say a bill of supply. Okay. Now, in zero rated supplies, basically they can be without payment of integrated tax. The goods can be supplied without payment of, say, integrated tax. Goods or services or both, they can be supplied without payment of integrated tax under bond or LUT, and refund will be granted of the unutilized ITC. However, if sale proceeds are not realized, then whatever amount of refund is granted, the same will be recovered along with interest at rate of 18% per annum. In case of zero rated supplies, we can say that can be on payment of IGST and subsequent refund. It will be on payment of IGST and subsequent refund. Only notified class of persons are allowed to export the goods or services or to make zero rated supplies on payment of IGST and claiming subsequent refund. Or notified class of goods or services can be exported on payment of IGST, and subsequently you can claim the refund of the same. Then next is, this is very, very important, how you will be claiming the refund in case of zero rated supplies. So this is a formula. This is the maximum refund admissible. Now here, net turnover of zero rated supply of goods plus turnover of zero rated supply of services. Turnover of zero rated supply of goods plus turnover of zero rated supply of services divided by what? Adjusted total turnover into what? Net ITC. Divided by adjusted total turnover into net ITC. Now here what net ITC means? ITC on input and input service. That is ITC on input and input service. Capital goods are not covered. Capital goods are not covered. Now here refund amount is the maximum refund admissible. Net ITC means ITC which is availed on, say, input and input services. Isme we will not be including what? The refund, that is ITC for which refund is claimed separately under 89(4)(a) or 4(b). Now what turnover of zero rated supply of goods means what? It is the value of the zero rated supply of goods made during the relevant period without payment of tax under bond or LUT. Remember, it is without payment of tax. Say it is 1 lakh rupees. That has been value which has been declared in shipping bill or tax invoice. Or 1.5 times of the value of the domestically supplied goods. See, if the value of domestically supplied goods is 60,000, 1.5 times is what? 90,000. Whichever is less, then this will be regarded as turnover of, say, zero rated supply. And remember, what is turnover of zero rated supply is taken here of goods. The same will be taken for computation of adjusted total turnover also. So here turnover of zero rated supply of goods means what? Value of the zero rated supply of goods made during the relevant period without payment of tax under bond or LUT, or 1.5 times of the value of the like goods domestically supplied by the same or similarly placed supplier, other than the supplies for which refund has been claimed under 89(4)(a) and 4(b). Okay. अब देखिए वैल्यू ऑफ एक्सपोर्टेड गुड्स क्या होगी? इट विल बी लोअर ऑफ वॉट द वैल्यू विच हैज बीन डिक्लेयर्ड इन शिपिंग बिल. Value of export goods is what? The lower of the value which has been declared in shipping bill or bill of export, or value which has been declared in tax invoice or bill of supply, which I say lower of the same will be taken. Now what is turnover of zero rated supply of services? This depends upon the payments received. Payments received for services. If any advance payment has been received during this period, relevant tax period, if advance has been received but service provision has not been made, that will be reduced. But if advance has been received in the preceding quarter, and service provision has been made in this quarter, then in that particular circumstance, that will be, say, added here. So what turnover of zero rated supply of service means? It is the value of the zero rated supply of services made without payment of tax under bond or LUT. It is value of the zero rated supply of services made without payment of tax under bond or LUT, and the same will be calculated as under whatever aggregate of the payments which is received during the relevant period for zero rated supply of services. Aggregate of the payments received during the relevant period for zero rated supply of services. Okay. And zero rated supply of services where supply has been completed for which payment has been received in advance. Okay. In any prior period, that will be added. But if it has been received here, if advances are received for say zero rated supplies here in this particular tax period, that will be say reduced. Then what is adjusted total turnover? Adjusted total turnover is turnover in the state or union territory, excluding turnover of services, and turnover of zero rated supply of services will be counted here, plus non-zero rated supply of services. What will be excluded is the value of exempt supply other than zero rated supply and a turnover of supplies in respect of which refund is claimed under 89(4)(a) or 4(b) or both. That will be say excluded. 89(4)(a) and 4(b), that is excluded from the turnovers. Okay. Adjusted turnover as well as export turnover. And value of exempt supply is also excluded. Okay, other than zero rated supply. Other than zero rated supply, because no ITC is admissible of exempt supplies. Relevant period is a period for which you can file the refund claim that can extend to different financial years also. Remember here ITC is of only input and input service, not capital goods. Then relating to import of goods, what import means? Bringing into India from a place outside India. Bringing into India from place outside India. And place of supply is what? Location of the importer. Import of goods is also say deemed to be an interstate supply. Same is subject to IGST. IGST, as I have told you, is levied on import goods. But here, if any out and out supplies are there, or third country shipments are there, or merchant trading transactions are there, they will not be liable to GST. They are covered in say Schedule 3. They are covered in Schedule 3. Similarly, high sea sale transactions. Here, goods, title of goods is transferred in high sea. So, high sea sale transactions, if the goods have not entered India, prior to that, high sea sale transactions takes place, that will also be covered in Schedule 3, that is no supply case. Similarly, if any goods are say imported and kept in warehouse, they are imported and kept in warehouse, and title of the goods is transferred. The goods are still in warehouse, that will also be covered in Schedule 3. Now here, the person who will be clearing the goods, that is the last buyer, before clearance will have to pay what? IGST as a part of on the part of say customs on final purchase value. Okay. And whatever integrated tax has been paid in respect of import of goods, the same will be say claimed as ITC. It will be admissible as ITC. How IGST is levied in case of import? So, importer of goods is liable to pay IGST. Importer of goods is liable to pay IGST. Importer of goods is liable to pay IGST. And same is levied in same manner as duties of customs are levied. Levied in same manner as duties of customs are levied. Say we will value as per Customs Act. Say it is 10 lakh rupees. Add basic custom duty at rate of 10%. That is 1 lakh rupees. Add social welfare surcharge at rate of 10% of BCD. That is 10,000 rupees. Now it works out to be what? 11,10,000 rupees. This is the value for levy of IGST on import of goods. Say if IGST is levied at rate of 18% in India, IGST under section 37 will be levied at rate of say 18% of say 11,10,000 rupees. Of what? 11,10,000 rupees. $199, $800. Okay. If goods are in warehouse, so it is the value as determined as per section 14 or last transaction value, whichever is more. Here it will be what? Say if last transaction value in case of warehouse, IGST in case of warehouse goods will be levied. If last transaction value is 12 lakh rupees, goods were in warehouse and transfer of title is there, and the last transaction value is in 12 lakh rupees. So it will be 1110 or 12 lakh rupees, whichever is say higher. So on 12 lakh rupees here, IGST will be levied in case the goods are still lying in the warehouse and title has been transferred. It's the last buyer who wants to clear the goods will be required to pay IGST on the same. Import of service basically is also deemed interstate supply. Basically, service supplies outside India, service recipient is in India, place of supply of service is in India. Import of service it is, service supplier is outside India, service recipient is in India, place of supply is in India. Service supplied by a supplier located outside India to a recipient located in India and place of supply is in India is import of service. Now import of service is leviable to IGST under RCM. Import of service is leviable to IGST under reverse charge mechanism. Now here import of service is there with consideration whether in course or furtherance of business. It may be in course or furtherance of business. It may not be in course or furtherance of business. It may be in course of furtherance of business. It may not be in course or furtherance of business. Same is taxable. If import of service is without consideration, it is from a related person or a distinct establishment. It is from a related person or distinct establishment in course or furtherance of business, the same is taxable. In other cases, it will not be taxable. In other cases, it won't be taxable. Now here, in case of import of service, as I have told you, RCM is applicable. RCM is applicable. Recipient is liable to pay GST under RCM. However, if online information database access retrieval services, OIDR service, is provided to non-taxable online recipient, that means what? Non-business user. OIDR service supplier is in non-taxable territory and this person is where? In taxable territory. This is a non-business user. It will be covered under say forward charge mechanism. It will be covered under forward charge mechanism. So if we are importing we are taking any OIDR service, online gaming, online video classes, online, say, films, digital films, we are taking these services from importing the same. Here, reverse charge will not be applicable. Supplier of OIDR services will be required to pay GST on the same. So this was all about what export and import of services, which we have discussed from GST point of view.